Alright, I guess with that being said, in 3, 2, 1, go.
So this is FF6. What we're doing here, we're doing the category called Glitchless 100%. What 100% is being defined is all characters and Espers. And Glitchless is a category where we don't use one-shot kill, abuse, Joker Doom, skit glitch, game over overflows, and basically it's just a straight up fast gameplay of the game, that where the game was intended to be played. And those rules were based on the Japanese community rules. So we're not gonna see glitches in this category, but we're gonna see pretty much the whole game. We're gonna get up all the characters in this person, the World of Ruin, and yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the few categories for this game that actually requires playing pretty much all of the side quests in the World of Ruin.
So
this battle is the scripted pincer battle. You can see it here. So you have to kill the wolf has the can't run flag, and you have to kill one of the guys on the side to be able to run. And we are running from fights because we want Terra to get experience.
Yeah, one mechanic cool about what's the cool mechanic unique in this game in the whole Final Fantasy series, I believe it's you can run away from single party members if their ATB is full.
Yeah,
and we're gonna
that's a
abuse
unique
that.
mechanic just to FF6 actually.
Yeah, and we are abusing that to give all the XP to Terra, and because Wedge and Biggs and pretty much useless.
Because there really aren't that many required battles in this game that actually give you experience. Like bosses pretty much all just give you items, money, and magic points, or APs I prefer to call it. But these intro battles here are one of the few just unavoidable battles that actually gives experience. So when we do run into those as part of the game, we want to make use of that as best as possible to cut down on level grinding.
And just a quick explanation, before the run he did a C manipulation, so we will be able to manipulate all the encounters during the whole run. And he set his battle speed to 6 and magic cursor to memory. And the battle speed, what it does in this game is actually doesn't increase the battle speed of your party member, it's just the enemy. So it's kind of like a difficulty setup. And battle speed 6 reduce the ATB of the enemies, so it's kind of easier to play the game like that.
Yeah, and then I'm also playing on the wait battle mode too, which pauses the battle whenever I'm in sub-menus or using certain targeting cursors. Ooh, kind of bad Terra ATB.
I believe in you.
Alright, let's see if I can do it.
Alright, so Weldt quick kill. We're going to be going for it here, most likely. The way this game works is when enemies counterattack something with full ATB. Oh boy, slime. Okay, well maybe not.
Oh, you can do it. You can do it still.
Yeah, you can
the
still do
classic.
it. When an enemy has full ATB and counterattacks, it will actually not get its turn for a very long time after that. And you can abuse that with Weldt to maybe skip him going into his shell, which we did not, but that's okay.
Yeah, it is actually possible to still get the quick kill even if Terra gets slimed, but I am a bit rusty on the setup because it's something that's it's just hard to practice because of how rare this situation is.
The setup would be Terra. If Terra is being slimed at the start of the fight, you just use fire on the shell when the Terra's ATB is like a middle, and you can get a quick kill still. But yeah, it's hard and not really consistent. But yeah, what you try to do is really to one cycle without the head going into the shell. And the thing is, at the start of the battle, the shell has a fixed ATB, and the shell is already the part that dictates where the shell is the head is gonna go into the shell. And by doing that, we can manipulate that easily, but fortunately...
It's actually extra punishing these days because the old setups for the quick kills used to use battle speed 4, I think, and so if you got... So you would get the shell, you'd always go to the shell pretty much, but it would be faster. It would not take as long for it to come back out if it went into shell. Now we're on battle speed 6, so it's very slow.
Yeah, that would be an automatic reset in a PB attempt, just because that was probably the better part of a minute I lost on that, but ain't got time for that today.
I don't know. We might have 15 minutes for you to reset again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing about this game is when you want to do another run, it takes like 5-10 minutes of just resetting your game to set up your seeds again, which is really annoying.
Yeah, the way it works is there's 256 seeds in this game, and then you have to cycle through them using resets on the loading screen and all that stuff to get the same seed. We're using seed 244 for this route. Well, pretty much all the routes that's playing the game, beside 80% of course, but we're not gonna talk about that.
But you are the master.
Oh yeah, I routed that actually, fortunately.
I'd like to point out that we've been here for 6 minutes and chat's already discussing what's the best Final Fantasy.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna we're gonna wait until Tamasa to ask this question. Well, if chat is already going, I guess, yeah.
The answer is no, by the way.
Yeah, check my FAQ. So, like in a lot of RPGs that don't have like a lot of major cutscene skips and stuff, we're going to be shortening the names of the characters just to speed up how the game draws out text. The Sabin here has actually done some pretty heavy science as far as how much time that saves too.
Yeah, I did a calculation on how much time it saves during sketch and 80%, but I didn't go beyond. But yeah, shortening the name is you save 1 frame every time the name is being written on the game script.
It's
Yeah.
actually interesting just how much it does save.
Yeah.
Like, just from being individual frames is like it was like full seconds for like lock. It was like 10 seconds for lock or something like that, I think.
Well, I can bring you up if people are interested in that. I have to.
Yeah, for this category, it probably isn't really that much different than like No Sketch or Glitchless 90%, just because there aren't that many cutscenes in the World of Ruin.
It's always worth it to reduce the name to 1 character, except Shadow if you play Kefkart Narsh and Mog and Gogo in
Yeah, and then Umaro in this category.
Because Mog, I think it's mentioned twice.
Mog's in No Sketch is actually even funnier because it doesn't matter if you name him at all. It still says Mog.
Yeah. Yeah, the text after you name Mog still calls him Mog, even if you change his name, which is... Don't know if we have Woolsey or the Japanese programmers to thank for that.
So yeah, like we talked about, we're on C244 with a specific threat value, in this case 0. So we always get these encounters exactly where we're getting them. He's going to get 4 encounters in this cave. He's going to have to farm the last one at the end, and that'll get Terra to level 6, which is what we want. Because when characters join your party, they join at levels based on your average party plus a certain amount. So we'll get Locke to join at level 7 from Terra being level 6. And this is just fast experience for us to get while we're here.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that mechanic in World of Ruin as well, but the way you know that you're level 6 with Terra is you learn Antidote, so once you learn Antidote, you're good to go.
Yeah, we're going to be using the party level averaging thing a lot later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so here I'm just taking extra steps to force this encounter here instead of on the overworld where I would otherwise get it, just because, like Lynn said, I want to get level 6 before I recruit Locke, because then that'll manipulate his starting level, which in turn affects Edgar, which in turn affects Sabin, which in turn affects Cyan and Gao, and then you get the idea. And then the way we were, and then kind of to tie up the seed manipulation tech for now too. The main reason we're able to do that is because this game actually stores some variables related to the random encounter system in the cartridge's battery memory, and then by resetting and reloading the game in certain ways, we can manipulate those variables to a known state, and then design a route around that for a speedrun. I'm a particular fan of these cutscenes that take place on the battle screen because for whatever reason on those you can actually just hold the A button to advance the text frame perfectly. Only
Yeah.
the whole game was like that.
It would be nice.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's a couple instances in the game where you just press something on your A button, like something like a rock or and go
Or a
AFK
book
and
or
go
whatever
back.
you... Or a Mystic Quest cart.
Oh, is that going to be heavy enough? I've never actually tried the hold down the button technology for like the Gao cutscene or anything. I should look into it. Not sure. Is that tool assisted?
Arguably.
I'm gonna let the SRL police or the speedrun police decide on that.
Alright, no webcam. They can't prove anything.
So coming up here is our first instance of a multi-party battle. This one, the game just gives you Locke plus a bunch of Moogles, one of whom is Mog, who will actually be recruiting later in the run, and then because the game only has one kind of data slot for Mog that's set as a playable character, you're actually able to take off his equipment, whereas you can't with the other Moogles. So I'll be taking advantage of that to get his mithril pike and shield, which are stronger than the weapons I start out with otherwise.
And this part right here, you're supposed to kill all the wolfmen and go to the boss. But if you know there's a certain route that you have to follow, and you can bypass all these and go straight to the boss right away.
Yeah, the way these NPCs work is they only encounter you if you happen to be standing still next to them while they're standing still. So between there, as long as you move while they're moving, you're fine.
And the reason is okay. So yeah, you can get Mog netted at the start of the battle, which is a problem since you cannot remove his armor. But if you hold left and right, like running away, it delays the first attack and fills up the Mog's ATB, so you can, even though you can get netted, you can still steal his armor. And what you want to do is attack with Mog and Kupen Marshall and steal the Mogs are a weapon, the pike and the shield, and kill the rest, cleaning up.
Also, all those Moogles, we'll be seeing them all later, just they won't quite look like Moogles anymore. Because of the way the game stores character data, all these Moogles in these battles are actually characters that will be in the game later. Mostly are party members. I'm not sure if they all are.
There's 15 slots in the game.
Yeah, there's more
for
slots than there are
characters.
Moogles, but I'm pretty sure all of the Moogle slots are reused by permanent characters.
I forget if one of them's like Bannon or something, but then does Bannon become Go-Go?
Bannon becomes Leo.
Yeah.
I don't know if that slot gets reused again after that. But and then also Maduin has a slot too, despite never being used in battles.
That's right, yeah.
As does Kefka, because of the camp fights.
Yeah, we'll shut up here too.
There's a couple of NPCs, party members that are using party slots. I think Wedge and Biggs are using party slots. I can't remember which one, but I think the ghost from the Phantom Train is using Strago's slot.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
that's a little more relevant in the sketch glitch category here, but I will be exploiting that character slot reuse mechanic once, coming up in a bit over an hour.
The walking on the overworld does matter, by the way. The threat value you generate will be more if you walk through the forest than if you walk through somewhere else, which can cause problems. And also, there are no encounter tiles in the overworld that are kind of hard to... You can't really tell where they are, but the objective is to walk over all of them.
Yeah, there's only 2 instances in the game that I know there are low threat values. One of them is Narsh, and the other one is after the Phantom Train. There's like 2 tiles that low threat, but we're not gonna use that. And yeah, and because the way that the heroics is getting an encounter or going into the menu and leaving it, load up the map, and by loading the map it saves that threat. And it's kind of technical. I'm just gonna go beyond that, but
The new routes LCC worked on for No Sketch for the step route abuse a lot of the low and high threat areas to take extra steps in low threat areas, so you don't get encounters in high threat areas.
Like, how many encounters does that cut out of the route?
It's 2, I think, right now. It's like 1 or 2 depending on the strings you get. Because sometimes it's optimal to get the encounter for the grind strings.
Oh, to get the pipsqueaks.
The one he optionals is after Ifrit. Sometimes he'll get it, sometimes he won't. It just depends on what he wants out of the cave.
Yeah, that is something I'd like to work on before getting back to PB attempts at Glitchless any percent. Well, I'm gonna have to reinvent the wheel a bit just because of category rule differences. Should be fun though.
Yeah, the theory should more or less work. I mean, I think that it'll be the same 2 areas you would be able to take steps in if you were going to do something. It'll be the first cave with Terra in Terra scenario and after in the Ifrit's room, because those are where the low threat areas are.
so Figaro Castle, there's not much going on. It's mostly story triggers and
Also
we don't
making
have
you
the sprint
grateful
shoes.
that sprint shoes exist.
Yeah.
We'll be getting sprint shoes soon enough, and you'll all enjoy it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a tile in the Narsh
Yes.
where the sprint shoes, but it's out of bounds, so rip.
It's like 1 tile out of bounds.
Yeah, it's
too,
1
isn't it?
tile out of bounds to the east of where you exit Arvis's house from behind. There's sprint shoes. That's kind of a holy grail among FF6 speedrunning at this point. Some way to just get 1 tile out of bounds so you can go faster.
If only we had it.
So we can go back to 3 sprint shoe strats again.
We're already on 3 sprint shoe strats. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. We'll be doing 3 sprint shoes in this run.
It turns out it's not actually that bad money-wise.
And all chancellors and JRPGs are evil, by the way. That one is no exception because you got in my way.
Yeah, if you walk perfectly, since we are in step route, if you walk perfectly during that whole castle, it's gonna happen every time.
That's another thing that's related to the siege that will become more important later. Is NPC movement is also kind of related to the siege.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same, but it's connected enough that you will see some consistency.
And we will be using it for specific things later too. The JP version is faster, but not just because of text. It is faster also because it has an exclusive glitch that is not on the US version.
Steering contest.
Woohoo!
Hey! So the way that works is you just can buffer the inputs or mash frame perfectly, whatever you prefer, to talk to the guards, and if you talk to them before, on the first train after, they continue staring at each other for this cutscene, which looks funny.
Yeah, in this game, if you hold A and walk towards an NPC or character, you can buffer the triggered dialogue action.
Yeah, it's just something we do here to amuse ourselves during a pretty slow part of the run.
Holding A is very real tech in this game, though. You always want to be holding A to start talking to people as soon as you can, to do stuff as soon as you can.
Yeah, that's another good thing to mention too. Is that you can. There's a lot of situations where you can buffer inputs, and when you're on the field, basically like this, if you hold A when you approach something that you can interact with, whether it's an NPC, a chest, or a switch or something, that will buffer the input so that it goes off on the first frame possible. So like right there, I held A as I was walking up to Locke so that I'd save a few frames talking to him. Just trying to think if there's any other just kind of basic game mechanics we should hit before the Magitech fight.
Oh, I'm sure we'll hit it all at some point.
Yeah, we got time.
We got lots of time.
Then we got Thamasa too, and we don't have like donation comments to read or anything.
We don't have Willis Tobo either.
Yeah.
And during that whole cutscene, you don't actually need to cut to talk to Kefka, you just go straight to the guy north.
This cutscene actually, depending on how well you know what your NPC movement's doing, you can actually pause at a certain, like towards the end of it, how well you think you're mashing and how well, and if you got a, depending on how well the Chancellor did, to try to manipulate the NPCs in the next area so that you don't get owned.
Yeah, I think
Or you can just go YOLO it.
the earthquake changes the NPC value too, so I'm not sure if you watched the ROM watch on that, but yeah.
It's not something that's like you're gonna exactly manipulate
Yeah,
it, but it's just a lot of times if you mash more or less perfectly, you know, and walk perfectly and everything, there's certain things that will happen regularly in South Figure.
Alright, so coming up we've got the Magitech armor battle, which is basically just a tutorial for Edgar's tools command, because I just shoot them twice with his crossbow and I win. I'm also, just for something else to do while I'm waiting for Edgar's second turn, I'm also going to try to steal a potion from one of them. Whether I get it or not doesn't matter, because I'm just doing it while waiting for Edgar's ATB to fill. That's a big part of speedrunning this game, by the way, too, is just micromanaging your character's ATB bars and turns.
Yeah, understanding how you can manipulate and how you can use the ATB to your advantage is super important.
Yeah, and that comes back to that battle mode wait that I'm playing the whole game on too, because it's basically moving whenever you see the bars filling, but whenever I'm in a submenu, or in that case when I was holding the lock steel targeting cursor, it was paused, and that's paused for both me and the enemies. So I'm going to be abusing that very, very heavily in order to try to minimize the number of attacks that enemies get and do AI manipulation in some cases. And then a little minor bit of tech that was actually introduced to us by a new TAS, probably I want to say a year and a half, 2 years ago now, is that if you end a battle with a character, or I should say if you win a battle and the victory fanfare plays, when a character's command menu is on screen, you actually lose, I think it's 18 frames for the game to close the menu before it actually ends the battle. So I'm going
It's
to
like
be
a whole donkey unit.
yeah, it saves $1 million. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to be trying to end as many battles as possible with no menus open, which sometimes is a little challenging because I actually have to do weight tricking or kind of know my timing as far as like manipulating my inventory in order to do that.
It's just one of the many little things you can do. Nice preemptive. So this cave, we're going to be fighting all the encounters in here. Again, we're on step route, so we know what all the encounters we're going to get are, and these encounters just happen to give us good experience, good money, which we need.
Yeah, if I was not doing a step route, if I got a double Hornet encounter here, I would just run from it because it's not worth enough experience and money, but I'm not getting those because of step route.
2 Hornets also, because it has 2 enemies, is much easier to run from than, say, the 5 enemy pack we got earlier. Because the number of enemies is also part of how hard it is to run away.
And if luck's ATB is very good, you can steal from one of the guy, that slurpy guy.
Yeah, the
Get a
Crawley
chance to
or whatever,
remedy.
yeah, you can get a chance at a remedy.
That saves a lot of money.
I didn't actually know that. The Blearies can actually survive with 1 HP sometimes, so you want to have an attack queued up, but it's not too common.
You want to use the crossbow and not magic because you're gonna trigger the cutscene.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But after we get out of this cave, we can use magic, and no one will say anything about it ever again. And we will be doing so.
Yeah,
The
that
cutscene wait
that
35
cutscene
seconds.
trigger exists basically from the Magitech fight through the end of that cave. So once I get out into the overworld, I can use magic without Locke and Edgar freaking out.
Glorious, glorious sprint shoes.
Yep.
It's time to go fast.
Gonna all put back in back row and sprint shoes on Terra.
When do you guys want to explain what rows do in this game too?
Exactly what you'd expect. It's half physical and half physical damage dealt, half physical damage taken.
Yeah.
The reason you do it now is both because you're menuing now, and you want to put your people in the bat first, they'll take less damage. But also, I learned from LCC today, I think, is that you don't do it beforehand because you're much more likely to actually get attacked in the South Figaro cave if you get a back attack. You're not actually likely to get attacked at all if you get normal attacks. So you're more likely to take damage from a back attack. So you leave them in the front row, so they're in the back row when you get back attack.
Mm-hmm. I know in Final Fantasy V, there's actually some meta as far as like how long the runaway animation takes, depending on what row you're in.
I can see that. I like in Final Fantasy V how the mini characters run away slower than everybody else. Just kind of waddle off the screen.
Yeah. And then in Secret of Mana, mini characters cast spells faster than everybody else. So.
And we're running from all these brawlers because we can't really kill them efficiently until we get the Atlas Armlet anyway, but they're not really worth a lot, and we're going to get enough from other encounters to get what we need.
Yeah, we're in step route, so we're gonna know what encounters we're gonna get, so no need to farm those.
The objective we're going to be fighting a lot of stuff on this mountain though. The objective is to get everybody leveled up. We want Edgar to be 10, Locke to be 9, and Terra to be level 8, because that will make Sabin join at level 11, which is important.
And that misstep right there, sorry, that misstep right there is not a misstep, it's just that he was on step route, so he took an extra step to trigger the encounter right there, which is a 4-pack. It gives you a lot of XP. And is attempting to make Locke run away.
Classic.
Yeah, it didn't work that time.
Locke too
but
chivalrous for his own good.
without that extra step, if it would have been in the screen on the right, it would have been 2 trillions.
2 trilliums. Or,
Yeah.
well, it's either 2 trilliums or just a fight that includes a trillium and is therefore worse than that one.
Yeah, basically, it's not. We don't want that encounter. We want the big one that gives you XP. I'm gonna try the same thing to make Locke run away on this battle. We just need.
He just really doesn't want to.
Yeah. We just need to run away once. And there we go.
Locke is the best character at running away in the game because it's based on both your speed and your like each character has an individual value that determines how fast they run away. And Locke is just the best, but sometimes he just doesn't want to.
Yeah, so assuming I get Locke to run away from one of the larger enemy formations, that I can then just run away from up to 2 double trillium encounters in this area. So if I get preemptives, I'll do just that.
What he's gonna do is gonna switch weapon from. Gonna give the sword Edgar as to Locke for later.
It's just a
Vargas.
little bit more damage on Vargas, and it just happens to be just enough.
The main thing I really don't want to see here is getting poisoned, because the trilliums have a 1 out of 3 chance to use Bane Touch on their first turn, which is a poison attack.
It's
And you
not
have
the
to
end
go
of
in
the
the
world
menu.
because Terra does no antidote, but it's just annoying. You have to cure it, or you take a lot of
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, and if you get poisoned a lot, then you might run out of MP before getting to Vargas, or well, at least run low enough that you won't be able to use the best strat.
The only way you're actually going to run out of MP is if you like spam cure on everybody with Terra, but yeah, you won't have enough for the quick kills.
I think you only need 24 MP for Vargas fight on Terra.
You need 16.
16? Okay.
Yeah, it's 4 fires. which we'll be seeing in a little bit. But first, there's a Trillium fight on the square before him. And if you didn't have a chance to swap the Blither Blade, you could always just do it either in the menu here or during the
Vargas fight, yeah.
It's just better to have it done before you have to worry about it.
That's another thing you'll be seeing pretty extensive abuse of too, is the fact that you can change your weapon and shield during battle.
Yeah, I think that definitely happens a lot more in your Glitchless runs than in Glitched runs.
So Vargas fight is pretty straightforward. You cast fire, auto crossbow fire to kill the two oppos in the front, put Lug in the front row, and roll A to victory.
There's two ways you can play this fight. You can either hold A for the rest of the fight, which works just fine, or you can pay attention to what he's doing and try to either manipulate his ATB in a way that you either skip Doomfist or get Doomfist early, or get an extra attack off beforehand, or all in the fight. It's not really a big time gain or loss either way, but it's just something minor that can be done. And it doesn't always work out either, because it's also dependent on the ATB sound that shows up with.
You might be able. Okay, this is looking pretty good for Doomfist.
Yeah, that looks really good. Oh no, he didn't die.
Yeah, I must have got a low roll somewhere.
Yeah, what there's doing is you can manipulate the ATB of Vargas for the next part of the fight to skip the Doomfist, and it saves like 3 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, it's not always something you want to go for too, like Glenn was saying, because depending on when Vargas does his next action after Gale Cut, if he does it pretty early, you'll often be better just waiting for him, hoping that he does it while Sabin's ATB bar is filling.
But we got the skip. Because Vargas got his third turn just before Terra's, so it's plenty of time.
So it's like I'm still running about a minute behind a decent pace for this point, thanks to Welk, but you win some, you lose some.
Welcome to that.
And then it was also important that I got those level ups before fighting Vargas, because Sabin's level gets set when you start the Vargas fight, and he joins at your average party level +2. So by I was arranging for my average party level to be 9, so that Sabin would get an extra level up out of it too.
Basically just getting people enough levels that they'll have the damage and everything they need for the early part of the game here, and actually even for the mid game. Sabin and Edgar in particular, not so much Log, but Sabin and Edgar are very important to be at the right levels, because we're going to be relying on their damage a lot for the mid game.
And on the overworld, we follow a certain path that has no encounter tiles, so that's why he's not walking straight line and saving before returning to hideout, because there's soft lock and no soft lock.
It's very, very, very rare, but I don't want to take any chances.
1 chance out of 256.
Dude's kind of almost in the way over there.
Oh, that was actually close.
Yeah, that was close.
I've never actually
I
have never actually had it happen in a run, and I or even in like emulator practice too. The closest was him like getting half a tile away, basically. But don't want to take the chance.
If that NPC walks between you and the guy you're following, it's a soft lock, because you're trying to get to the guy you're following, and the NPC is between you. You can't move, and you're stuck. You have no control.
Yeah, the most notable person to have that happen to him in a run is Mr. MV. He lost to Kefka at Narsh race because of Softlock the Returner.
Yeah. But if you mash fast enough, it's never gonna happen, because I did some research a while back regarding the softlock, and yeah, it's only one instance where it can happen. But even using the step route too, you would have think that using step route that's not gonna happen, but it can if you're sloppy on walking on South Figueroa. that can happen.
This guy
No, you
is
don't
a
talk to
pro
that guy.
sometimes too.
Yeah.
I thought he
These chests are just pretty much just stuff that we're going to be selling. It's not what we're going to be selling. The airline it has some actual fighting value, but I think you're just selling the True Knight and the White Cape, right?
for 100%, yeah.
In other categories, you'll need various numbers of the things in here, but they're always at least money, if nothing else.
Yeah, in any percent, I need both of those for the final battle, but in this, they're just selling fuel.
This
And you want to say
category,
no. You want to say no to Bannon 3 times in order to get Genji gloves. And one cool thing about the cursor, if you can just hold down, it's gonna go to no automatically.
in most cases.
Yeah, there's a couple glitchy text boxes where you basically, if you do that, the cursor just doesn't appear at all, and I think if you mash, it'll pick the first option.
The way it works is if you're holding if you're holding down for one option and you select no, and then another text box in the same cutscene or whatever, the same text chain comes up that also has a choice, and you're still holding down, it won't show up. And
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. That's what happens in the banquet, is because you have to pick no twice in a row 2 times.
If you buffer to the second option, if you buffer this, yeah, what Lynn said. I did some research regarding this a while back.
Oh,
Yeah,
in addition to getting the Genji glove, by the way, saying no to joining the returners gives me a much shorter version of this cutscene too. If I said yes, there'd be a meeting with the returners talking about blah blah Espers, blah blah Magitech, blah blah Empire.
So we get a useful relic and a shorter cutscene. It's win-win.
The gauntlet is not really good.
Well, it's basically useless.
Yeah, it's pretty dang good in FF5, but not really or the two-hand ability, I should say, but not really so much in this game.
2 hands good FFT as well.
So what we're gonna do here is saving, and we're gonna reset, and in order to manipulate the river. Since we are on step route, we can manipulate that, because the NPC river, the river encounter is based on NPC movement, which is a value that is being reset every time you reset the console, and we do that to get only 0 encounters on the river, except those are mandatory. There's 2. But what it's going to do is reload twice, go south, watch the NPC moving, and when it's on moving upwards on the carpet, go inside and you're good to go.
Yeah, I forgot you don't have to go out of the door. I saw LCC do it the fast way too now. Now I have to learn it.
It's really not that hard too,
Yeah,
just
I know,
because you have to wait for him anyway, so you can take your time making sure you don't actually go out the door.
So the first 2 encounters on the river are enforced, so there's no way to skip them.
What they are is not fixed, but because we're on a step route and an NPC, and we know the NPC movement value and all that, we'll get the same encounters every time. And the second one we're gonna fight to level up that gear one more time.
The second battle is gonna be pterodons, and we won that because we're gonna have to. Oh, nice running away. And we have Edgar getting level 12 for later in the run, in the upper house.
Yeah, this is a nice encounter to get a preemptive on, because Bannon is notoriously bad at running away.
He has the worst rating of any character in the game as far as running away. It's a scale of 1 through 5. Like Locke and I want to say Shadow and Gao are 1s, and then Bannon is a 5.
Yeah, Bannon is 2. It's just a scale on 2 to 5, and Bannon is the worst.
There actually are hard locks that can occur. We're not sure if it's emulator only or not, but there is. The game can crash on the river. I had it happen to me in practice one time, and I think it's happened to somebody else.
LCC added it on later.
And then there's some other weird stuff that can happen other places as well, but I don't know all of them. But
LCC got soft lock in the emulator practice once, but
there's the cool thing at the banquet that happens to people randomly too, but I don't know if that'll happen to everybody.
I've only seen that with people running no sketch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The old
yeah,
rule
I think
is
the
all
theory is
sketch
that
too.
it's tied to your the number of characters in your party.
I tried to understand it and didn't successfully.
So Ultros, he's theoretically. I think you're doing the newest quick kill, right? So he's only going to hit this first turn and no other one. By a combination of weight tricking and counter canceling, like we were trying to do in Welk, he's not going to get any turns at all because he automatically counters fire. He has a scripted fire counter that hits Terra, and he has full ATB right now, so he's going to be not getting any more actions. And
Yeah,
this is
there's
very
that-
fast.
And counter cancel is a thing where if you trigger a counter attack by an enemy with a full ATB bar, it will cancel their next action, basically.
There's an alternative strat where you can bait for a possible desperation attack from Terra, but since we're using a different strat here, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, the old
Unfortunately.
quick kill setup was like I think like 6 seconds faster or slower. I mean, but if you get Riot Blade, it's like a couple seconds faster,
Mhm.
something like that.
Yeah, Riot Blade is Terra's desperation attack. There's a lot of people that actually don't know that this game had kind of basically limit breaks before like FF7 and 8 did, because they're not explained and they're not in the manual. And I don't think they're explained anywhere in the game too. But if you do a physical attack by a character in critical health when you've been fighting for about 30 seconds or more, and you get at a 1 out of 16 chance, then you get a desperation attack. Easy peasy.
Yeah, you just go to Ultros 3 and use Stragos on him, and you're good. Be the task.
Become the task, yes.
So we're doing Sabin scenario first, because we want to buy smoke bombs from that scenario later, and become Shadow because it's more consistent. I think it's a little slower, but it's really consistent.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
mean,
little slower ideally, but it's not likely to be slower in practice.
Yeah.
yeah, you'd have to get basically perfect RNG with black belt counters in order for the no shadow route to be faster.
And again, we're still on step route, so he's gonna farm steps above the tree, the forest.
Yeah, because the plains and the forest are different encounter zones. So if I get this encounter on the plains, it's a single enemy, which is naturally faster to run from than a group. And if I just kept moving, I would get that encounter in the forest, and it would be 3 enemies.
There's a walking route to get it in that green tile in the middle of the forest, or the second green tile in the forest there, but I haven't bothered to learn it yet because I'm lazy.
Yeah, same.
It's very slightly faster because you can skip the known counter tiles after the camp here, and you can also take the extra steps that you need to take in the terrain where you have sprint shoes. But it's not much. It's like maybe a second overall.
But that is one thing I do very much like about this game as an RPG speedrun, is that there's not really that much downtime for the length, or there's just nothing going on to make the game faster. There's just little optimizations like that all throughout the game. And then there's the Masa, but we'll talk about that later.
1,250 cutscenes. But that's not for at least a couple hours. Okay.
So we're coming up to one of the first kind of, well, I shouldn't say the first, a major source of RNG, which is the drop I get from this next battle I'm fighting. Like Welk was RNG as far as getting slimed, but yeah. So for the way most drops work in this game is that there's a common drop, which is 7 out of 8, and a rare drop, which is 1 out of 8. And in some cases they're the same, so you're getting the same drop no matter what. But in this case, the common drop from this guard leader is a black belt, which is a relic that sells for some good money, and the rare drop is a phoenix down, which does not. So I'm hoping for the black belt.
I switched to battle speed 1 here just to get the retort attack being faster.
Yeah, I need to menu anyway to put sprint shoes onto Cyan, so that lets me just win this fight faster than using dispatch twice. I got the black belt.
Didn't get the Phoenix down. We're in there. And for some reason we're Shadow now.
Yeah, you know. Shadow just wants to be in charge.
Yeah, there's some weirdness going on here with just how the game kind of swaps your party members in and out when you're going between Sabin and Cyan, and also Kefka too, because Kefka is actually programmed as a party member for this part of the game.
Which is also relevant for the menuing we did, because we switched battle speed, but it doesn't actually affect Kefka at all because he is coded as a party member.
Yeah, and I'm waiting until after these two story fights here to change the battle speed back, just in case I get hit by Kefka and need to heal.
Kefka like goes super ham on you and just beats the crap out of somebody. Let's see. FF6 for the categories, yeah, any percent is what, 50 minutes right now. No sketches, like sketches 338, no sketches 443, and glitchless any is 512?
513.
513, okay. I was one off. It just kind of depends on which category you want to run, how much of the game you want to play.
Yeah, any percent is 50 minutes, but...
Yep.
Yeah, any percent is a credits warp run too, where you use a glitch that lets you do arbitrary code execution if you game over a lot in the overworld.
Yeah, you load a certain event in the game based on the color menus and trigger the ending. It's not really interesting though. It's more like a concept. Or
it's one of those runs where the just the routing behind it is a lot more interesting than the actually doing attempts at it.
Yeah.
I know you know a lot about routing it.
Yeah.
So there I turned the battle speed back down to 6, then also took off Shadow's ninja gear armor and gave it to Sabin, which is another benefit of getting Shadow in the first place, just because ninja gear, it's better armor that also increased speed.
Nice crit. This Templar fight is another one of the many reasons that we like step routing. Because it's here, now we can get on the Veldt, and because of the way the Veldt works, you see it a lot if you don't do step route.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least some sort of manipulation with the Veldt. And you saw how much of a pain it was to kill. It's 4 enemies, they hit pretty hard, do a lot of damage.
It's unrunnable too.
It's unrunnable. So if you get it before you get to the town, you have to fight it anyway.
Oh, and I pummeled that guy instead of aura bolting him just because the animation's faster and either blitz will kill him.
Anytime pummel will kill something, you always want to use it over aura bolt.
I pronounce it Sabin, but my rule of thumb is that names of fictional stuff in like games and books and stuff like that is fair game as long as it follows some kind of
I also pronounce
logic.
it Sabin, but I feel like we're in the minority here.
I know Essentia calls him Sabin because she has a family friend or something whose last name is Sabin.
That's why Cecil will always be Cecil to me and not Cecil.
Yeah. Well, Cecil is, I guess, more like American pronunciation, and then Cecil is British. I always called him Cecil because when I was growing up, there was a TV commercial for Cecil's shoe repair that I saw. That was my first exposure to the name.
It's like the Titus versus Titus
Yeah.
debate.
This is correct. I don't care what the official.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Titus is better, basically a better translation of his Japanese name, but I call him Titus too, just because it's a game where it's themed heavily around water, so Tide.
See,
just
this
kinda
discussion is
flows
one that has a
better.
correct answer, unlike this Final Fantasy.
Yes.
There's correct pronunciations, and it's the ones that we use.
Oh, that chest right there is the most OP item in the game, too. The beads.
Beads.
Yeah, beads are the one relic in the game that is completely useless aside from selling. Even the goggles, which are otherwise useless because the darkness status doesn't work, have a use now.
Hey, the darkness status does do
Oh
something.
yes, it does.
The darkness status prevents you from learning Strago lores, so the goggles have a use even without Sketch.
So for these next 3 battles, Cyan is under AI control, and he randomly does either physical attack or dispatch. And I want him to use physical attacks because the animation's faster. And I also want, for battles with more than 3 enemies, well, I guess I should say basically just all of them except for this one, this 3 grunt battle here, I do not want Cyan to go first, because then he'll get 2 attacks instead of 1 and 2 chances to use dispatch.
And in the third battle, you really want him to attack one of the 2 guys in front. You
Yeah,
don't want him
or if he dispatches, dispatch the cadet. Looks like he's going first, though.
Generally, the fastest way for this fight to go is for Cyan to attack one, Sato to attack one, and then Sabin can kill the cadet with Horrible. But this is acceptable.
Yeah, pretty fast fight. I'm gonna pop some tonics on Sabin, just because he could probably die to a tech laser. Thanks to getting crit by the Templar fight. I always thought healing items are a little strange in this game, given that the first healing item is not that useful even when you can get it as part of the game, and then you gain access to the second tier healing item pretty early. Definitely a lot earlier than in FFVI.
You would almost never want to use tonics in battle, they just don't heal for anything.
Yeah. Would make more sense if they were percentage-based healing than fixed HP base.
So we haven't talked too much about memory cursor, but if you happen to notice there very briefly, Sabin's memory cursor was on item when he came up in this, even though he was on Blitz in the last fight. That's because in the Magitech he doesn't have a second command anymore, and so he was on second command, so I put it on item. And if you're not aware of that, you might do something stupid in these fights, waste time.
Mm-hmm.
Really, you can. And the memory cursor is actually really useful as a speed, tool in general. Just knowing where your memory cursors are going to be, knowing where you are in menus and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, one thing too in this game that makes memory cursor very powerful is that you do not actually have to queue a action in order to set the cursor. You just need to move the cursor to where you want. Like on the last game in the Marathon Chrono Trigger, you actually do have to queue an action in order to set the cursor, so that makes the memory cursor a little less powerful overall. You also saw me shift my items around a little bit during one of the Magitech animations too, because I want to get my Phoenix Downs to the top of my inventory for a certain boss fight coming up soon.
And again, walking on a certain path on the world map to get the no encounter tiles.
If you actually walk in a bad path and you get this encounter before the forest, it's not super happy fun times because you get 3 stray cats, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I can remember.
The game forces you to use the recovery spring here too.
You would often want to anyway, though, just to have full health for the train. Because you're usually pretty beat up after the camp segment. This is the first part of the game where you can really start getting pincer attacks. And we hopefully won't have to talk about those anymore.
Yeah, you can get pincer attack in the third battle in the forest, which is the three ghosts here, but get a preemptive. So
Yes, that of all the battles in the forest, if I get a preempt, I want it to be that one. So it'd still be a pretty solid run, actually, if not for Welk, because I generally like to get to this cutscene before 55 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going too bad.
So I've had pretty solid luck with preemptives and escapes and stuff, for the most part. We'll see how the train treats me, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that can happen on the train.
We're starting to come up on the end of where random, like how fast you get in and out of random encounters matters a lot too, thanks to smoke bombs.
Which is why, of course, we're doing Salmon scenario first. And you can buy smoke bombs the end of it. And everything's kind of happy from there. Everything's not happy from there, but you know.
And you may remember how we were talking about characters that kind of have an innate skill at running away. Cyan isn't quite as bad as Bannon, but he is bad, so you're often going to see him lagging behind Shadow and Sabin at running away. Or sometimes he'll be booking it out of their lickety-split when I want him to take damage.
So again, there at the end of the car, he took extra steps to farm this encounter instead of getting something nasty on the other side.
I think it's 3 bombs. Or
Yeah, that's really bad. 3 bombs is pretty much the worst encounter.
This fight here can be either 1 or 3 ghosts, but because of the step route, it's always going to be 3. Which means it can pincer attack you too, despite you seeing them coming clearly, because I'm talking to the ghost. Then again, this one I can buy a little bit too, because it could always be that, I mean, these are ghosts, so like one of them just like sneaks up behind you.
The room is full of them. Like one of them could have just wandered over. Like right here, we see, or you're surrounded by them.
Once I'm past that encounter I forced on that last train cart too, the step route is very, very strict too. I can't take any extra steps or else I'll have some issues in a bit.
You can actually take 1, I think, but taking 1 is hard to do without taking the second one.
Yeah, because if you misstep, you're gonna have to take another one to fix it.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna just be safe as far as like, because if I'm gonna mess it up, it's usually by overshooting this switch I need to press here.
Yeah, this room sucks. Again, it's not like it's run ending if you take a misstep or anything, but it does waste a lot of time, and it can be a little bit dangerous.
So because of the strict step route too, that means if one of these ghosts blocks me, I have to just suck it up and wait for it to move.
You can clip through in
They cooperated pretty nicely though.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that in Glitchless.
I think we'll allow it for that first NPC because it happens on its own.
Yeah.
But if you're going into the menu doing it, I'm calling the doctor.
Science did, so it's kind of good. But yeah, Blaze is pretty much the worst attack that can happen on the train.
That's why 3 bombs is really bad, because 3 enemies is harder to run from, and they all can blaze. It's not nice times.
Yeah, single bombs are the fastest enemy to run from, but they have blaze, so it's a little bit.
Single bombs usually don't get a turn, but
that one did, despite battle speed 6, so it can happen.
In this game, you can run away faster if there's 1 enemy packs instead of like 5. If you have a encounter of 5 enemy packs, it's longer to run away naturally.
You might be learning about 5 enemy packs soon.
And this is where I show off right now.
Hopefully, we'll see if the train.
Did we meet the donation incentive?
No.
it just did nothing.
Bad ATB. And after splitting the train, like in classic, you just use a Phoenix down since the boss is undead. It's one shot.
He also took off Shadow's weapon to sell for a little more money.
Doing the suplex, in addition to costing about 10 seconds, does put you in a small amount of risk too, just because the train can do an attack called Evil Toot on its first turn, which inflicts random status conditions, including both Muddle and Berserk.
Muddle is the best, though.
Yes, because if you get muddled, you have a chance at the self-plex. If you're okay with a little swearing, I would highly recommend watching Dreambaum's self-plex video. Not just for the self-plex itself, but also his reaction to it.
And then watch the one where he tries to run the no sketch route at the end too, from 2 weeks ago, because that's also gold.
Yes, we all love Dreambaum. But yeah, maybe to tie up with undead enemies in this game, using either a Phoenix Down, Revivify, or a spell that revives is instant death, 100%. Like in other Final Fantasies, there's a miss chance, but not in this one.
Yeah, during the turn, if you get a pincer attack from the 3 ghosts earlier, you can use a potion on them, it's gonna kill them. That's one mechanic of the game. Well, across all Final Fantasies, I think.
Starting with 4 recovery items, damage undead.
Yeah, like zombies and Mylon and stuff.
Yeah, the good old like Cure 2 plus Comet strats.
Yep.
So while Cyan is moping here, there's a timer that needs to run down before I leave, so I'm gonna, and it's still running even when I'm in the menu, so I'm gonna be taking advantage of that to do a little bit of maintenance.
Yeah, basically he's gonna sell some stuff later on, so he wants the stuff he wants to sell at like a stack, so it's gonna be easier to do that.
The game will not kick me out of the menu though, so if I spend too long doing that, I actually lose time. So if I'd have made any missteps on the train, I would have gotten another encounter the step before entering Barren Falls, and that would have messed up my step route for the Veldt, in addition to getting that encounter.
Yeah, because you're gonna get an encounter that's gonna be unlock like the Veldt encounter, and it's gonna give you that encounter later on.
They're very exciting encounters, though.
Yeah.
It's 3 guys that can berserk you, and they can also pinch you.
Yep. So this fight, there's a timer that needs to be running out, that you have to wait until to kill the last piranha. And after the timer is out, after you set up, you waited long enough, you kill the last piranha, you're gonna spawn the boss.
Yeah, there's a much more interesting setup for this fight in non-glitchless categories, where you actually skip the boss completely by using a glitch with Cyan's retort command and then some AI glitching. But for this, we're just going to fight him fair and square.
Yeah, the glitch strategy of this fight has gone through a couple of revisions, from just skipping the boss death animation all the way up to skipping the entire boss. Glitchless.
Yeah, I know we have the Japanese FF6 community to thank for the Rizapaz skip.
Yep.
So I'm using the music as a cue for when I can attack this last piranha to spawn Rizapaz. It's about 1 minute total.
Yeah, it's like 8 seconds or so after it loops, I think. Or something like that.
And you use defend on both characters to reduce the damage. Even though their ATB is being full, the defend flag is still on.
Yeah, he switched rows too, so they're taking like 1/4 physical damage, which is almost nothing. And because they're using Blitz and Dispatch, their row doesn't matter for doing damage to Elizabeth.
Yeah. Because Aura Bolt is magic based, it's not physical attack.
Yeah, that's something that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to unless you really understand the game mechanics, that most of Cyan's blitzes are actually tied to his magic stat instead of his strength stat. It's Pummel and Suplex use strength, and everything else is magic, including Bum Rush.
Yeah.
And even though Pummel is physical, it still doesn't matter. The only thing, if you're in the back row, because the only thing that matters to the back row is fight command itself.
Yeah, like understanding how special commands tie to stats, then also how which ones are subject to enemy defense stats is very important.
And then eventually you understand it's just the answer is all of them are magic.
Pretty much, yeah. Even like Cyan's retort command is magic, which because reasons. All right, now we're gonna meet a boy who likes to troll.
Yep. So we're not gonna do that right now, but after shopping, we're gonna. He has a 5 out of 8 chance of appearing in the battles, and it's one of the biggest part of RNG in the run. And you can mess up the step route. Well, I guess later on, the step route is not really that important anymore.
I hope you don't get a pincer. That would be really bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh dang it!
Oh no!
Not again! You had to do the commentator jinx.
You might remember this pincer. It's the second fight in the game. It's always a pincer. Just this fight is held as a pincer.
This fight is the tutorial battle about pincers, so it's always going to be one. It's just an accepted time loss as part of the step route.
It's very fast to kill. Just fight 3 times and you get 126 gold out of it anyway.
Yeah, and I could have just ran away, but I would have had to kill 2 enemies, and Cyan sucks at running away, so I just choose to just win the battle. I think most other people do too.
Depending on how the turns line up, it's often just faster to win it anyway. Because oftentimes you'll be out of the battle and Cyan's turn won't even be filled up yet. So again, the way the step route works, we're going to have 2 fights to get Gal, ideally. I will be here until we get him, because you can't move on in the game until you have Gal, but ideally we'll get one of these first 2 fights, which are both very quick to kill. If not, we'll be here for a little bit, farming encounters.
My PB, which may be record for all I know, is 6th try Gao. Which I think I mathed it. It's like about 0.5% or so. But we got him first try, so it's all good.
Yeah.
And we also don't want. I also need to be careful to make sure Cyan doesn't have a little snack here.
Yep.
That one's not good either.
And from this point on, you just can hold A and go FK or something, because it's something. You can hold A during this whole cutscene. It's gonna advance the decks, and some people just put something on their control, go FK. Shout out to like attack.
There are a lot of like little things with Gal that you won't know if you're playing casually. If somebody's dead, he won't show up because this cutscene has to occur. If it's, I believe it's a back or pincer attack or anything, he won't show up. If and there are certain enemy packs that he won't show up with at all. Because the slot that Gal would occupy in this fight is taken up by an enemy. That's mostly 5 enemy packs, I think.
Yeah, we used to think that if you had a status condition like poison, that would also affect it, but I think the LCC debunked that.
I believe that has been debunked. Like even if you're berserked, he'll still show up too, but you have to be careful because if your berserked guy hits him, he'll run away.
Yep. And that is a risk if you got off the step route and got that extra fight before the falls too, because you get the grasshoppers, and I believe then you refight them here and they can berserk you.
Yeah, someone's correct. Yeah, it'll be the 3rd fight because it'll be instead of the B-cores, I think. And you won't get the first fight, so you'll get 2 before the town, and then you'll get the grasshoppers. And then I think you get 3 ghosts.
And I know which emote's about to fill the chat.
get them started.
A little bit of trivia too. The reason why this rage tutorial loving imp is called Kappa is because that's what both the imp status and spell are called in the Japanese version. A Kappa is some kind of mythological creature in Japan that I believe lives in rivers and likes to kidnap children. This guy, on the other hand, likes Gao and likes rages.
There we go. Now we know what the delay is like.
Yeah, I miss Mr. MV's version of that emote. Along with Gestalt Z.
Again, safety saving here because the trench can go very badly if you're unfortunate.
If I get the
Usually it's
if I get
fine,
the angle
but
for him, I'm just gonna kill it for safety too.
you can get back attacked by it, and it can go before Sabin gets a turn, so it can be bad.
Yep.
Yeah, because this river right here cannot be manipulated. It's frame based.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this particular place is frame based, unlike almost everything else in the game.
Yeah. Then there's the floating continent, which is odd in its own way too.
Yeah, it's also frame based, but in a different way.
So the main dangerous fight here is the very first one because there's several types of monsters that have different AI depending on whether they're alone or in a group, and one of them is an eel-like enemy called an Anguiform, and if it's alone, it has a chance to use Aqua Rake on its first turn, which would be an almost certain party wipe unless I get lucky.
It usually kills everybody except Gao.
Yeah, and then if you have Gao potion himself before you run, then you'll have a better chance at surviving the next fight, but it's not a great one.
If you get like a pincer on the next fight or something, it's really bad.
Yeah, and then there's also enemies here that can stop you too, which is also bad.
You do have an extra Phoenix down in this route though that you don't use because you don't have to do the retort strat. So like if you had your guys die, you could always revive them in the cave, but still, it's really bad.
Speaking of caves too, we get two chances to go right or left here, and if you go right, you go into a cave, and if you go left, you don't, but you get an extra encounter. And then for the first fork, I'm going to go into the cave because it's very short, and for the second one, I'm going to take the extra encounter because the cave is long. First cave gives me a bit of a chance to use items if I need to too. Ooh, nice. Preemptives are worth their weight in gold in the Serpent Trench too, just because there's certain enemies in the game that are naturally slow to run from, and those Anguiforms are one of those. So I probably saved a good like 15 seconds or more from getting a preempt on that.
And in addition, obviously, all these packs either have Anguiforms or they have large number of enemies, and large number of enemies also make it hard to run through things. They're all 3 and 5 packs except for the ones that have Anguiforms.
We have to keep in mind that we don't have small bombs yet, but it's like the last stretch before we're removing out all that RNG from the encounters.
As soon as we're out of here, we have smoke bombs.
Yeah.
This double pack of Anguiforms is going to be slow to run from because it wasn't a preemptive, but it's not dangerous because it's a group, so their AI doesn't use Aqua Rake, at least not in the first turn.
Yeah,
I assume that's just part programmed in just to make it more fair, basically, is that you're even at, like, if you're actually at a normal level for a casual playthrough, you'd still probably die if you got double Aqua Raked.
Yeah, most likely.
Like ditto for the Slam Dancers.
Oh, Slam Dancers, those are always fun.
And then buy the classic El Mega set there, and
merchandising.
Yeah.
You didn't buy any echo screens. How are you going to Joker team everybody?
You mean how am I going to cure Mute?
Exactly. How are you going to cure Mute? the Magus hat is pretty useful throughout most of the game.
Yeah, especially in
because
this
it just
glitchless
adds magic stat.
category. It gives you plus
magic.
5 to your magic stat.
Which it turns out is actually a lot.
One funny part about those ads is in the Japanese version, you equip them on all 4 slots of Saban, I think.
Yeah, you
Yes.
just go everywhere.
Horrible. Because there's a glitch called the equip everything glitch, where you can put anything in the bottom slot of the
Yeah,
inventory.
I'm a big fan of
optimize,
that
and-
glitch and the speedrun built around it too, just because I mean
Yeah.
it's game breaking and lets you do really wacky stuff, but there's enough restrictions on how you set it up and use it that it's not just an instant win button.
And it also creates a lot of gameplay too, with how you have to manage your inventory for it.
Nope, also I did
So
the
this
classic
river you
forgetting
can-
that I have smoke bombs in that last fight.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
This river is like the first river. You can get between 1 and 3 encounters. You always get the first one, and then you'll either get 0 to 2 for the rest of it. It is technically manipulatable if you reset again, but it usually winds up being slower for most categories because we want to keep our step route anyway half the time.
Yeah. It's gonna mess up the step route and all the fish manipulation and Kefka's Tower.
And saving and resetting is very slow on English because of those extra splash screen at the start, so it's really not even worth it. You would just get, it's like the same length as getting one encounter, or one extra encounter. It's just very slow.
Yeah, my new route that I'm unlikely to ever finish at this point for the Japanese version is going to do that to both get 0 river encounters and also get all 3 rat packs.
For Shadow, the trigger for losing Shadow is only when you win a battle either on the overworld or I think in the forest maybe? I'm not even sure if it's in the forest, but you have to win battles in specific places, and we don't win battles in any places.
It's actually anywhere that is not the Imperial camp or Phantom Train.
Okay, so yeah.
You can even lose it on the river if you want. Like, there's an interesting glitch if you can get Shadow in Cullingan, go back to the river, and win a battle, and it's gonna walk on the river, on the water. I've seen that.
No, you didn't take extra steps. How are you going to skip all the encounters now?
Yeah, I do not yet have a mid-game step route for this category, but I do want to develop one.
Yeah,
as
once
you can see,
get
pictures are
more
much
mounts-
less painful now that we can have some buffs.
Once you get more mounts, it's not really that bad because you're gonna reset later on, and it's most important for the fish manipulation and Kefka's Tower and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to think that's really why smoke bombs are even in the game in the first place, is to let you run from pincers. Main reason, at least.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing with Shadow is it's not even guaranteed that he'll leave. It's
Well, yeah, 1 out of 16. I want to say it's subject to the same rules as finding Gao too, as far as how he won't leave after a special battle type, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, we just can just hold A on that little part that I don't know what it's called, the prison or something.
It just turns out that the first available frame on that, when you're taking that shortcut, is the first available frame that accepts inputs works to open the thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe I will in my mid-game step route once I have that, but for now I normally skip this rune edge here, but just for marathon safety, in case I get really bad steel luck later on, I'm going to get it for extra money.
As usual, I always believe everything else he says. He says if you skip an encounter and get the rune edge, it's probably worth it, and we do now in this coach. So.
Oh, and that also requires like extra steps somewhere before this.
Yeah, you take 10 steps in the first cave, the first cave where you go in the switch, and that does it.
If anyone doesn't know who the LCC is, by the way, too, he's I would just probably say the main speedrunner of this game, at least for the more competitive categories.
He's put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, as far as just kind of working with the tool-assisted community and others to really just optimize the crap out of this game.
Yeah, no, that's not a glitch. That's like the intended mechanic. You press A on the gold dot and it lets you through. So that's just how it works. The glitch is coming later, don't worry. I promise. Stick around for like 40 minutes or so.
And you let get Bannon being in front row there for later on when it's gonna be Leo. Leo and Bannon are sharing the same item slot. Well, party slot, so later on it's gonna be in front row Leo, so we'll be able to attack right away. We are going into menu. But yeah, the scenario is there's nothing going on really besides smoke bombing. And
so we're coming up on really the first part of this run the first significant part of this run that's different from a normal run that uses glitches. The first one was the Rizapas fight, but now I do think it is neat that pretty much every main category for this game does lock scenario in a pretty different manner. Like Glitchless does it basically as intended, except for I never actually need to get the green armor because I use a hidden bridge to skip where you need it. But for this, I do steal the merchant clothes and get the air quotes cider and stuff. But like for the any percent no sketch category, you actually use a glitch to clip through the guard on the east side of town and then do the kind of do the scenario in reverse order basically, which lets you you still rescue Celis, but you skip needing to do the merchant clothes stuff, and then any percent with sketch, you skip all of it, including getting Celis.
You just like walk straight out of town. That's great. Hey, how's it going? Bye.
Yeah. So I want to say it's like about 2 minutes faster for the no sketch version and 4 or so for sketch.
There's a little sequence break it did there. Just this is like a hidden bridge under the houses. Usually you're supposed to talk to the green guards and proceed, but you can just use that bridge to skip that.
That fight right there is also why I did the scenario. Well, I did Sabin's scenario first to get smoke bombs, and then it doesn't really matter that much after that point whether you do what order you do Terra and lock in, but so that I could get the Genji glove back off of Edgar and give it to Locke so that I can beat up that second merchant in one attack is why I did Locke last. Although if I'd have gotten an interceptor counter and not had to throw the air lancet at one of the Templars in the camp, though, then I wouldn't actually need the Genji glove.
And that password there is always gonna be courage.
To the Empire. Oh wait, that's later.
Yeah.
Getting some stuff along the way.
And neither of those items is required, but they're along the way, so I'm just getting them.
It can never hurt to have more elixirs in Phoenix Downs, really.
Yeah.
Especially not for a marathon run.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a hidden passageway down here with really nice things.
Yeah, there's a decent number of Japanese runners that actually do lock first, specifically so that they have the hyper wrist and the running shoes there to use in Sabin's scenario. It makes a bigger difference with the rules they use, which require playing on battle speed 1 active for the whole game than here, which is why none of us do it, but I think the routing's pretty interesting.
The battle speed 1 active has a lot of RNG into it, so anything that can allows you to survive through a run, it's wanted.
Because like so many of the strategies with weight and low battle speeds are based around the enemies getting very few turns, if even more than one often. And on active, they can easily get a lot of turns. With the way enemy AI scripts too work sometimes too, sometimes they don't even do their nasty things until the second or third turn.
Yeah, and in any percent no sketch run, actually I would just leave at this point, by the way, too, because whenever you name a permanent party member, the game initializes their character slot. So when you name Celis, the slot that previously had Kutan the Moogle then becomes Celis, and then you can actually just leave and then do the rest of the scenario with solo lock, and then Celis will escape on her own and join you in Narsh.
This is where No Sketch and Glitchless would run into each other and wave as they pass each other by.
Yes.
Go their separate ways.
Yes.
You just do the whole thing backwards. It's pretty interesting. Or it's interesting for me to see it the other way because I'm used to doing it backwards now.
Yes. We all know but the real reason for doing it backwards though is because stealing is wrong, as we
Of course.
learned there.
Instead, you just walk up and see a nice lady get beat up, and then you just leave.
Yep.
That's much better.
I mean, you don't get to skip this dungeon area, even if you do that backward strat, but the reason it saves time is because of getting to skip the merchant clothes stuff.
Yeah, you actually get all these encounters with Locke by himself. It winds up being okay though, because you have to die at the end with Locke anyway to the Magitech armor that's in the way to get past it. So you just kind of don't use smoke bombs and just try to run from the stuff mostly and hope the dogs hit you a couple times to weaken you up. But here we have cellars and everything's pretty much safe.
I was surprised not getting an encounter right after leaving before remembering that I got the rune edge.
Oh yeah, so we have no idea what's gonna happen. It could even be a boat.
So we get the infamous bear hug, which isn't actually that big of a deal when you actually have two party members.
You just have Locke, and those bears can hit you from behind with their attack, and it does, I think, like 150 damage or something. It's not good.
And they can crit with it too.
And they can crit, yes. But it's much safer to have cells with you.
One little thing about this game is sometimes there's chests in the game that is being transformed into something else if you don't loot them early in the game. So right now, this is just gonna contain the Thunder Rod, which is something else if you go using Edgar, like after Figaro Castle, after your first time to leave. If you loot that chest, it's gonna be something else, but later on it's transformed into Thunder Rod, which is pretty useful for this run. Actually.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of elemental rods later.
Yeah. There's two strats for Tunnel Armor. Puwexil is gonna use the Thunder Rod on this fight, but there's an alternative strat where you can...
I do miss that strat just because it was pretty fun
Yeah.
to kind of abuse like the True Knight and the back row blocking and stuff.
Yeah, you put Lock on front row, Celes on back row, have True Knight and Lock on critical, so you have Lock attack and Celes casting Runic, and just kill it like that and hoping for Dispersion attack for Lock.
Unfortunately, it takes some setup and it's just slower in general.
And we're gonna save, usually, and the Thunder Rod you will save it for the cranes later on, but...
Yeah. I used to, I mean, yeah, because when I first started running this category, I mean, I based both the rule set and my initial route on the Japanese FF6 communities runs, just because Glitchless is basically all they run, but they also do Battle Speed 1 active on top of that. And a lot of them save, you do that True Knight strat we were talking about for Tunnel Armor, and then save that Thunder Rod for the Cranes, which is a boss in a little over an hour from now. Using the Thunder Rod there makes that fight a lot safer, but it's a lot faster to do what I did there, and then use a slightly slower and massively more dangerous strat for the Cranes. But
I'm sure BS1A Cranes is fun.
Yeah. You have to use the Thunder Rod. I tried, and it's impossible to not use the Thunder Rod in there.
Yeah, because my BS6W strat for the Cranes is all based around trying to kill at least one of them before either of them gets a second turn, which in BS1 is impossible.
In fact, the whole Magitech factory under BS1 is pretty fun. But yeah, your
Oh, yeah,
chances to die, it's pretty high.
A lot of the strats don't work very well on PS1. Okay? Because you just can't do anything about anything they do.
Yeah, I messed around BS1 route like a while ago, and I made it to the floating continent. And
Yeah, doing
it's
BS1 on the
definitely
English version is going to be harder than Japanese too, just because of how the menu works. Because on the Japanese version, the item menu in battle actually has 2 columns in it, so that translates into faster access to rods and other equipment.
it's a whole different experience. It's a totally different game if you run BS1 compared to what we're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm not really too interested in doing BS1 myself, but I have a lot of respect for people that do it, and I think the routing is pretty interesting.
Meanwhile, a story is happening on screen. I'm sure you guys can read all that for yourselves. We're just mashing A.
Yeah, these cutscenes are a lot more interesting in Sketch too, just because you've got this random Moogle that shows up and knows everything about the Empire.
Hey, no Sketch, you got this random girl that shows up and knows everything about the
Yes.
But at least then you've seen her before.
Yes.
This whole scenario is going to work very similarly to the Moogle battle at the start of the game. You can walk by the NPCs when they're not moving, or when they're moving, not in the battles. Although probably won't be walking next to any NPCs anyway because you're going to do safe stat, I assume.
Well, the thing isn't allowed in Glitchless too, because if you
okay,
allowed
it
the
does
thing,
count.
you would have to. I mean, it's the thing is the same thing that makes boss skips and Kefka's Tower possible. So
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
yeah, what we call the thing is a kind of a YOLO strat that you can do to actually get to Kefka faster by clipping around some soldiers, but it saves about, I think, 10 seconds if you get it, and costs probably about 2 minutes if you fail,
Yeah,
because
that's
you're
about right.
generally
Actually,
going
I
to
think
get
it's
2
8 seconds.
fights.
Yeah, I can see why it wouldn't be allowed in business then.
And kind of like the martial fight earlier in the game, we have a setup, like a specific route you have to follow and skip all the NPC and go straight to Kefka. As long as you evade the rider, the guy walking in the left and right before the boss.
I don't even know how I remember how to evade it from that tile anymore, because I've done it from the other one so much.
So what we're gonna do here is wait tricking the first aura bolts, so Kefka's can delay the Kefka's tower, Kefka's attacks by casting aura bolt and wait tricking.
Yeah, because Kefka always goes first. There's a lot of enemies and bosses have RNG as far as what ATB value they start at, but there's also some that just automatically go first or last, like Ultros.
And the goal is to not have him getting a third turn because he has
Dang, Gao with the triple needle.
he has a chance to cast Ice 2 on everyone and one-shotting, well, killing everyone.
The,
So by wait
the objective is generally just to get Sabin's turn ahead of his.
Yeah.
That usually is enough, but if you get more turns ahead, it's always safer, always better.
Alright, so with the minute I lost on Welk and then doing like safety saves and stuff, 133 is a pretty decent Kefka at Narsh time for Glitchless. I think like for PB attempts, I think my fastest ever time is a mid 131.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Enjoy the noise, everyone.
Yeah, fans of hearing might want to lower your volume a bit for this cutscene.
Not quite yet, but soon.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kefka and Arsh fight is actually pretty different across categories too, because like in Sketch, because you skip South Figaro, you do not have a second set of earrings to boost Sabin's magic stat, just so his damage output's a little lower. And in the Japanese version, that's the other end of the scale, because in that you can glitch 4 Magus hats onto Sabin to, along with double earrings, that he does like 800 or 900 damage a hit, and then you can also glitch shurikens onto Gao's arms, which get applied to his rage attacks. So it only takes about 1.5 rounds to beat Kefka in that version. So now we actually gain the ability to choose our party, for the most part. Like, for a lot of the World of Balance, we have Terra and or Locke forced into our party, which is fine, just because Locke is naturally fast, and we're about to get some equipment for him that boosts his speed even further, so he's going to be my main smoke bomb thrower, and then Terra is just good at killing stuff with her high magic stat and other powers.
Yeah, you're gonna use Terra anyway, because you're not getting to the floating continent fast without her, really.
Selecting some party members for the rest of this segment, and we want to have Edgar in the top row, like being the party leader, because at the Figaro we're gonna get a discount if Edgar is the top guy. And,
well, if you will get the text no matter what if Edgar's in the party, but you only get the discount in the front.
Something I didn't know until doing speedrun routing for this category a few years ago too is that you can actually get that discount in South Figaro too, but only in the World of Ruin, and there's no text to indicate it too.
Interesting.
Because I actually did use that in my old 100% route to buy extra, or to buy some tridents, because they're a water elemental weapon that Shadow can throw.
There's another flag on this game that's for women that's not being used in any version of the game that gets a discount to female characters, but their developers didn't use that feature. It's still
the South
game,
Figaro
though.
discount actually would have been super useful for me for my no sketch route if I actually had Edgar when I went through South Figaro, but don't.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII has lots of kind of dummied out programming like that too. Like there's a fairly well-known affection system that controls most notably the Gold Saucer date, but there was a whole other system called Battle Affection that's tied to stuff Cloud does to interact with female characters, like healing them or attacking them, and that's in the code but doesn't actually do anything, as I understand it.
Just like Block. Which is also in the code and does not do anything in this game.
Yes.
We'll talk about Block later.
Yeah.
It'll be important.
Yeah, on the surface this game is not broken, but when you go down to glitches and it's broken beyond belief. But nobody's getting those glitches in the casual playthrough most of the part, so...
Except Sketch, like, pretty much you're not going to see most glitches on your end.
I knew the sketches when I was a kid, probably from Nintendo Power or something, but that's why
you're also not going to see the exact sketch glitch that you would use in the speedrun either, obviously, because it's very set up.
So we're gonna do a little shopping here. We're gonna buy some refreshers, Revivify, and Fontaine's Downs. Revivify is gonna be used for grinding later in the Espers cave.
Because as we said, undead enemies die to revivifies in this game.
Yep, like
a lot of them. You might be able to put 2 and 2 together.
And buying a drill and flash just to go through the
Those are both very useful for the mid game too, because the drill is a strong physical attack that ignores defense, and then flash is a magic attack that ignores damage splitting for multi-targeting. And yeah, and then that shopping right there is why we wanted Edgar to be in the first party slot, just so that I get a 50% discount on all that stuff.
Sketch isn't a problem. People love Darks.
Especially in large quantities. Okay, I think I got the walking pattern.
I think you missed one actually.
I
but
missed one.
anything?
Yeah, I do need to go back and re-grind out some of these overworld walks. Most notably the boat to Thamasa one, which I've always been terrible at.
The Vamasa one is, yeah, I don't understand it. I grinded it for a while and I got pretty good at it, and then I forgot it all again.
I think my favorite one of those though was, what was that called again? Like the Ogo Pogo Gazette or something, where Nintendo warned people about this stairs glitch. And
Yeah, the stairs glitch and everything.
Yeah.
The 8 square, it was the 8th power or 8 squared or something like that, or the 8 squared curse.
Yes, yeah. The Curse of Zeromus. I know I remember Niram tweeting that out.
Yeah. So yeah, this Chocobo ride is very long. I hope you all enjoy Chocobo music for a very long time.
Yeah, there's a little tech using Chocobo. You can hold left and right to turn faster, but
Mostly just pointing it in a direction and hoping it gets there.
If anyone doesn't know what the stairs glitch in FF4 is, watch the race from FF4 from this marathon earlier in the week. That was a really good race too. Remember them being neck and neck all the way up to Barbricia.
Yeah, they were like frame tied going into Val. That was pretty good.
Alright, so in Zozo, the main risk here is single slam dancers. They're kind of like the Anguiforms from Sabin's scenario in that they have more aggressive AI if they're alone, and in this case they can do level 2 elemental spells like Fire 2 and Bolt 2.
That's no good.
that's no good.
It will usually kill at least 2 players, 2 of your party members. If you have like the 2 that survive low on HP, you could actually die.
Yeah, it's not going to kill me if I keep my HP high, but it is going to be a time loss and drain some of my healing item stock.
Yeah, that encounter right there.
That's the one.
And for some reason, single party enemy formations tends to have a higher ATB at the start of the fight compared to like a 5-pack. So they have a bigger chance to cast their thing first.
I assume it's similar to how like when you have Locke alone in his scenario, wherever he often starts with full ATB.
I
Yeah.
think
Not
that's the case, yeah.
I mean, the risk isn't super high just because Locke is naturally fast, he's got running shoes that gives him auto haste, and I gave him the Thief Knife, which is I think +5 speed on top of that too. But it can happen if the Slam Dancer just gets a really high starting ATB roll.
Yeah, you've even technically got a sneak ring form at this point that if you, depending on how you menued for these things. It's,
Yeah, I opt to
use
just
menu
keep
early for
Locke
the
with his gear from the end of his scenario,
Yeah.
so that I don't need to move sprint shoes around too.
That's usually what I do too. It's just you can get a lot of speed. Like it's one of the strats for Locke in a lot of the mid-game scenarios is just stick every agility piece of equipment you have on him and he just runs fast. You smoke bombs right away.
You'll pick up the Fire Knuckle for Ultros fight later on.
And for selling too, because it's worth a lot.
Yeah, it's actually worth a lot of money.
I can do old school Dataluma here, as opposed to impossible new strat.
The Luma is not a real scary fight, but you have to manage. It's a hard time. You have to understand the AI and the counter attacks that he's doing. and the trick is to if he's below, I guess it's 2k health, the next attack he's gonna do is gonna boost potion, which wastes time. So the trick is to get him below, kill it before he's getting 2k basically. He has to reaper 2k HP, and basically you have to be on the edge of being 2k health, and from there you kill it as fast as you can before he gets another turn, so you skip the potion phase, all that stuff.
Nice, good fight.
I just left this to you guys, and I have no idea how this fight works anymore. All I know is that I get owned every time I try to fight him.
Yeah, in a run with glitches, there's a slightly faster fight strat where you use Cyan's retort glitch to both do over 1,000 damage a hit and then also skip his death animation.
Oh, nice. Luck died.
Yeah, right after I queued the bomb, too.
It doesn't really wind up mattering because everybody get revived at the opera anyway, but it's annoying.
I don't normally get that X potion, just for marathon safety.
I didn't know there was an X potion over there.
I guess for Doom later, the Doom fight probably.
Yeah, Baba Breath.
Oh yeah. No, I mean for any percent you use X potions, but I guess in any percent you have more characters than you need.
Another thing worth pointing out about the Dodaluma fight strat too is that it's not consistent, because Dodaluma does not have consistent starting ATB, and in order to be able to kill him like that before he gets a turn, and once I've hit his HP trigger for his healing phase, I have to hit him 3 times before he takes his first attack, and sometimes his first attack happens too fast for that to line up. So if that had happened, there's a backup strat where I actually wait for him to take a second turn. And then Dodaluma actually has kind of complicated AI too, because once you've been fighting him for a certain amount of time, when he gets a turn after that, he'll call for reinforcements, and that overrides his healing phase if you've gotten him into that. So we abuse that. And yeah, one thing I do love too is that Dodaluma is actually programmed so that if you mute him, he can't call for help. But there's no way that I know of to actually get the mute status this early.
You clip through him, you go upstairs, you get Siren.
Yes. Just like how you can steal a Genji glove from Dullahan, but in normal gameplay you don't have any means to steal at that point. And then there's those wonderful sprint shoes in Narsh too. It's all those little nice touches.
If only we could.
Yeah.
It wouldn't save that much time, but it would feel so much better.
Yeah, because you'd be going faster. So once we're past this point, we gain our first Espers. I mean, if there's anyone watching that hasn't played this game, Espers are how you learn spells on characters other than Terra and Celis. Starting from this point, when you win battles, you get the game calls them magic points. I call them AP, just because that's what other Final Fantasy games with learnable ability systems call them. You can also summon Espers once per battle, and your characters gain various stat boosts when you level up with one equipped too. And then all 3 of those mechanics I'm going to be using pretty extensively in my route.
And since we're playing 100%, we're gonna get all the Espers right here, even though Kieran, yeah.
Yeah, Kieran is the first Esper that teaches healing magic, and it's not at a fast enough rate that you'll ever actually learn any of the spells in a speed run. So we normally just skip it, both to save like a second of text and also to give us an empty slot at the top of the Esper list, which can be useful in some menus.
Yeah, if you ever want to take off an Esper, having Kieran's slot empty is really nice, but alas.
Yeah, for the first about 3, more like 4-ish hours of the run, there isn't really that much difference between any percent and 100% glitchless. The biggest one is getting Kieran. If I forgot to actually do so, I would not fail the category too. The Espers would any Espers you do not pick up there are still there in the World of Ruin, so I would just have to come back after getting Mog.
I believe Ifrit is the only permanently missable one.
I believe so, yeah. Because like if you fail if you lose auctions for Espers, you can still get them, and even if you do Vanish Odin or certain things that kill Doomgaze without triggering the Bahamut cutscene afterwards, you can fight Doomgaze again.
Yeah, Doomgaze, if you go Vanish X Zone, it doesn't actually kill it, it just skips the encounter, and it's still out there, the encounter is still in the world, so Vanish Doom is the only way to get the Esper. I learned that while I was running all bosses.
Very important to pick the right characters at this point too, because if you make a mistake in that menu, you'd have to go all the way back to Nourish in order to fix it.
That happened recently to Big.
I have been assured that Cyan actually is very good in the factory, but the opera is terrible.
So we're just gonna equip Espers and equipment preparation for Ultros later on.
At this point, we're mostly concerned with learning spells from our Espers. The stat boosts are very important, but that won't come in until later.
Because since we're not getting, fighting in random encounters, the only source of magic points is really the boss fights.
Yeah, and boss fights in the World of Balance, by and large, are not worth that much. I love some of the monster names are great as far as the how they were translated from Japanese to English to, like that one that's called Mind Candy is called, I think, Brain Sucker in the Japanese version, so going from sucker to candy is pretty special. But my personal favorite though is PM Stalker, which is Night Stalker in the Japanese version.
Don't forget Bug.
Some people talking about evasion and stuff. Yeah, the physical evasion is bug in this version. Only magic evasion is being considered, and if you have 128 magic evasion, you block 100% physical and magic attacks.
The only ones that are blockable. There are unblockables in it.
Yeah, and I mean that is definitely a glitch, but it's a glitch that's just, I mean, it's something that's just so kind of broken that there's no real way to avoid it completely without having to do really kind of silly stuff. So in that case, it's just abusing the fact that magic evasion blocks physical attacks too is allowed in Glitchless.
Like true Glitchless is pretty much impossible since
Yeah, I mean, if somebody really wants to do a run without the magic evade glitch, they should just play the GBA version.
Yeah.
Which does fix that. Or the PC version, which is great in its own way.
I would advise that no one play the PC version, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Force Armor is pretty much the best armor in the game because of magic evasion.
Yeah, although the Minerva is pretty darn good for Terra and Celis.
Yeah, that too.
I'm a big fan of the Mirage Vest because it gives you blink.
I forget about equipment that I don't get in actual speedruns. Okay. You get all kinds of cool equipment in this that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah. And then Sketch gives you all kinds of cool equipment that I keep forgetting exists, like the Marvel shoes.
Yeah, which you don't use any of, but it's all there.
Yep. It's the thought that counts.
I think somebody gets like Dragoon boots stapled to them or something too, just for good measure. Sketch is silly.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should probably at least explain what that is too, just because we've been talking about it a lot and never really explain what it means. The sketch glitch, which is a glitch that only works on the English version, at least on the 1.0 version, it's memory corruption. If Realm misses with her sketch command, which is something you can guarantee if you try to sketch a vanished target, the game, instead of loading the monster sprite that as part of the sketch animation, loads some junk memory data and then can corrupt your inventory, your status conditions, and do all kinds of wacky stuff.
Yeah, the sketch list is English 1.0 and Japanese as well. You can manipulate it using imp status, OFX, mute, I think, casting phantom, something like that. And there's a
Basically,
different.
Anything
There's a
that
lot that can
edit-
manipulate the sketch. Yeah.
anything that like changes whether or not you can cast spells, like healing, restoring MP and stuff like that, even work.
Yeah.
All kind of affects that.
And they're based on the encounters mold as well. There's like 9 molds on the game that affects the sketch behavior as well. And there's like a whole table of results that can happen using the sketch that's available out there.
Yeah, the rabbit hole for this game just goes so deep, just as far as how much stuff there is to know about it, both with intended game mechanics and with glitches. Sketch
Hey, by
being
the way,
probably
there's
the biggest one of them all.
Yeah, sketch is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, it's been pretty largely like routed out, but there's still a lot of, things that are questionable.
The only problem with sketch, the sketch route of this game, which is called any percent sketch, is you cannot run it on SD2 SNES or any flash cards because
Yeah, the wrong one doesn't work.
Yep.
For some reason.
Yeah.
It's a frame rule or something like that. It's the same thing with the 52 game over edition. It doesn't work on the. Well, it works on flash card, but it's not the same results and not consistent. I tried to make it work, but yeah.
If anyone's curious, I am playing this on a 1.0 cart, although for your any category other than any percent sketch, it doesn't matter.
Just in case.
Yeah. I was fortunate enough to get my cart when the game first came out, actually. It's like a Christmas or birthday present.
I had to get mine on eBay.
I am much more happy at getting my Chrono Trigger cart under the same conditions, though. These are a lot pricier now.
Or you could just run Jaybird and everything and then for $20.
Yep.
If that.
Yeah, I think my J Chrono Trigger cart was maybe like $8 if or so, and that was like just part of a package I got with a bunch of other Super Famicom carts.
Oh, Kutan.
Yeah, this part's interesting in any percent sketch too, just because even though you've glitched Celis out of existence basically and have Kutan, the game still changes Kutan's sprite to be Opera Celis and then back to human Celis afterwards.
But she still sucks because she's still Kutan.
Yeah. Which makes the Magitech factory harder and more dangerous too when you don't have a real fourth character.
Alright, don't forget to press A.
Yeah. Oh, I'll try.
Shout out to my boy Countdown.
Yeah. That never fails to bring a smile to my face when I think about that. But yeah, it's the first, second, and then first options for the song lyrics here too. And then if you don't actually do anything, the game will just automatically select whichever option you have the cursor over.
And if you mess it up, you waste a billion years, so don't mess it up.
The only time I've actually done that was when I was very, very first learning the game and just doing like practice sessions of like specific chunks of the game and stuff. It's the kind of mistake you only make once. I mean, it's not. I mean, you do get, I believe, 4 total attempts to get through the opera, but it's a lot of time you lose if you fail. And something I didn't know until actually the very first Super Nintendo Final Fantasy Relay 2 is that if you die to the rats, it counts as an opera failure instead of a game over. Which also ties into another glitch that only works in the Japanese version, where if the game does not despawn rats that you don't kill afterwards, and if you go there in the world of ruin and then die to the rats, you can actually wrong warp back to the world of balance. Which is not really something you'd want to do, because I believe you're stuck there if you do that.
Just kill yourself 52 times. You'll get out of it.
Yeah. Yep.
You can do anything. See, this is why you should rename this category Glitchless ACE to confuse everyone.
Well, if the out-of-bounds sprint shoes ever become a thing, it'll become any percent glitchless with yes OOB. Alright, I'm gonna
just once though.
Alright, I'm gonna go AFK for a bit.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Alright, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
I don't know, I wasn't here either. I just want the stream to go by itself.
Yeah, part of doing runs of games or categories this long too is just kind of knowing when the game's on autopilot long enough for quick breaks if you need them.
Yeah, the
Just getting up
smart
the
break
scratches.
is a perfect break, and there's a break later in 2 hours as well.
Yep. Pretty much works out just fine.
I mean, it's the
A little bit of minor tech there too. The game normally slows down your movement speed when you're climbing diagonal stairs like that one there, but if you bonk into a wall while you're on it, it cancels that out.
It's funny because those aren't really stairs. They're just kind of a path between the seats that happen to be coded as stairs. But, you know, works out.
Yeah, the natural breakpoints are actually really kind of nicely spaced out in this game too, because you can do one during the end of the opera, and then also, which is about the 2-hour mark, and then again after the end of the world, which is about the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, it all just works out.
I used to run Final Fantasy VII, and that also has some kind of decently spaced out breaks. But Final Fantasy IX, on the other hand, has one that's like about a bit like I want to say about an hour and a half in, and then the next one isn't for quite a while after that.
Check out these rats. We're gonna be seeing them soon.
Yes, very very soon.
This is one of like the this is fairly not major, but it's definitely a section of RNG that you're gonna get. Some of it's RNG. It's still based on your step route, but part of your step route is RNG because of the second river. You get random number of encounters. So the rats you get is going to be somewhat random too, and whether or not you get good fights is definitely random.
Based on how many rivers encounter you get from Terra scenario, it's gonna affect the packs. The rats
Great
here.
start.
Nice. That's definitely a great start. We try to kill the yellow rats first because the yellow rats, when they're alone, they'll summon more gray rats, which is just annoying and waste time.
Those fights are scary if you get back attack or pincer like that, but
they do a lot of
damage. You have to
because if you get hit in the back in a pincer attack, you take double damage.
And you have the Espers tree equipped, so you can use that to confuse every single rats in the battle. So that
yeah, if I got pincer attacked by 5 rats, then I would do stray summons for safety.
Yeah, optimally, you generally want to get more or less as few rats as possible through here, which usually works out to be about 3.
These rats are also part of why we took that fight on the river to level up Edgar 1, just because that gives him a pretty good chance at one-shotting the gray rats, because they have 299 HP. And he's generally doing like between 290 and 310, I want to say.
Those encounters are really good to give you AP. To learn magic, they give you 3.
But 5 rat packs do take a pretty good amount of time to kill, so it's not usually optimal if you can help it. Right, so yeah, you got 3, looks like, which is pretty good. It means you have to fight something in the factory first to get sleep for number 24, but that's usually faster than fighting a rat pack.
Right, so now we have the Ultros 2 fight, which is one of the easiest battles in the whole game with the right setup, which I think is kind of unfortunate given how cool the music is and the fact that it's never used again. But Ultros 2 actually has less HP than Ultros 1 just because of a gimmick where he can move around the field basically every so often, and each position has a separate health pool. But he's weak to fire, and it's a natural side attack, so whacking him in the back with the fire knuckle lets you kill him in 2 rounds every time. I probably could have skipped Ramu there with the fire knuckle proc. Oh well.
You can always skip Ramu. Yeah, like if Salmon crits and gets like fire knuckle procs on it, she just does so much damage to Ultros.
Yeah, because the Ultros has 2550 health, and you saw how much damage 7 was dealing out every hit. With exploiting his fire weakness and hitting him in the back for double damage.
Yeah, because the way pincer is that pincer? Well, the
side attack.
Side attack works is the third party slot is gonna be in the left side of the battle, and the enemies always spawn facing right. So, well, depends on the encounter packs, but for this one, it's always gonna be the same.
It's the dirt dragon that uses Quake that you fight in the same area later. We'll be seeing him in a couple hours.
Yeah, this Ultros can respawn in the arena, quote unquote, and use tentacle. And I think his HP resets if he does that. But
if he it doesn't reset. It's just that each each position for Ultros is considered a separate monster with a separate health pool.
Okay.
Like that's my theory on why he has less HP than Ultros 1 is just because of that move around gimmick kind of artificially gives him more health if in casual play.
Here's Setzer, who goes from being the most important character in glitch runs to almost useless in this round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very important for the Cranes fight, but not too much aside from that. The reason why he's so good in non-glitchless runs is just because Setzer's slots attack is very easy to manipulate. Not only by pause buffering to get certain slots reels, but also exploiting how the game kind of tries to limit access to overpowered attacks like Joker Doom, which lets you win basically any fight in the game instantly. Ordinarily, there's a hidden RNG value that needs to line up in order for you to even be able to get all 3 sevens, but you can manipulate that by doing certain actions in battle. The easiest of which is just to use an echo screen, like you heard us kind of talking about that when I was shopping in Nikia, because in a non-glitchless run, that's where you'd buy your echo screens.
There are certain items and spell effects that RNG.
I mean, even though it is a one-shot on a lot of battles, I think it's very interesting as far as how the routing for it works, and also like how the recovery works too. If there's issues, since if you go for Joker Doom and then fail, you can't just go for it again. You have to do some RNG manip in order to get another shot at it while trying to survive the battle you're in.
Some of the recoveries are pretty crazy too.
Yeah, there's a whole table up there made by, I believe, Master Zed, which is like an old school theory crafter that made some crazy discovery way back before we even speedrunning this game was a thing. And the knowledge is out there. There's like a whole table of what the items do and what triggers did Joker Doom.
Of course, we won't be seeing any of that today. We will be using slots though, but only one. Or maybe twice.
Hopefully twice. If it doesn't happen, I've got problems.
Okay, hopefully twice then.
I do not yet know how to do the airship step. So.
Press both buttons at the same time. Press them both in the same frame, you take a step, and it doesn't count. Basically. As you see, when he respawns out of the airship, he spawns back below it where he started before he stepped into the airship. If you press a direction and A at the same time on top of the airship, you'll respawn on top of the airship instead of the tile you started on. It's technically faster, even if you're not step running, because it saves a step, but it's not anything major. The main reason that we're talking about it as far as step routing goes is because it actually skips an encounter on the no skip step route.
Alright, so we're coming into the Magitech factory, which it's one of the more RNG heavy sections of the run, just because there are 4 boss battles, and all of them can either go very well or not so well, depending on stuff that's outside my control.
I believe you're also going to be looking to fight one of the random encounters in here to learn to sleep on Edgar, I think?
Yep. Yeah, in glitched categories, it's lock because of well, just because it's a little more efficient for him to just put number 24 to sleep. But for this category, because
because you need Edgar to learn
slow. Yeah, mostly for the Atma weapon fight.
Yeah, that makes sense. Instead,
I did actually time it out too, and having lock use sleep was only, I want to say it was like maybe 3 seconds faster than Edgar.
Yeah,
it's a pretty minor difference.
Yeah, it's not so much for the fight speed. It's because, like I said, it's because Edgar needs a billion AP to learn float. and so he has float on here instead of siren, or stray instead of siren.
So I just took this fight here because I know I can win it in 2 attacks. The optimal encounter for learning sleep is 5 pipsqueaks because you can one-shot them with Edgar's Flash and it's super fast. But because I do not yet have a mid-game step route, I just basically try to go for the first encounter I get that's two attacks or better.
And yeah, that's a very easy encounter. It's fast to kill.
This only matters if I get less than 4 rats at the Opera House too, because the rat fights are all worth 3 AP and it takes 10 to learn sleep. Yeah, the tile set for this place gets reused for Kefka's Tower too, along with a couple others, to kind of represent the tower being pieces of stuff from around the world. Yeah, in the Japanese version it's actually not called Kefka's Tower, it's called the Tower of Rubble, which I think is kind of a cooler name.
Oh, don't worry about legitimately fighting Ifrit. We
Yeah.
won't be doing any legitimate sort of fighting.
The legitimate fight, if you're fighting Ifrit, is actually a cool strat if you use the running away trick. Like you will need to learn slow and using the best magic equipment on Celis and start casting magic attacks on him before he gets a turn. But we're not gonna do that.
So, the Ifrit fight. Ifrit is scheduled to change into Shiva when you use fight command on him 5 times. The first one has to do damage, and Sabin has the fire knuckle on, so Sabin can't be the first. It's also ideal if Sabin is on second, because if he counters Sabin, he'll hit lock like that, and then that's bad. So this is, kind of as bad as the fight can start off. Pretty good.
The way
He's
they're-
spamming
this
those
fight
counters
works-
though.
The way this fight works is there's a value, the variable. If you attack a physical, it's increased by 1. If it gets about 5, it's triggering that. And there's a window frame of 90. There's a 90 frame window where the sprite is unloaded and loads the Shiva sprite, which gets the flag of not running away. And if you run away within those 90 frames, you can run away from the fight.
Yeah, and it's not. I mean, it's easier than it sounds too because you can buffer it while the sprite change animation is happening. I mean, I do very much agree that kind of pushes the limit of a glitchless run, and the sole reason why I allow it in my rules is because I base those around the Japanese FF6 community's rules, and they all do it.
Doing the fight legit without this trick would be still possible because you just need to learn slow and just need to fight more fights basically. It's totally doable, but
That's annoying.
because of the Japanese doing it.
Who wants to do that?
Actually, it's pretty cool. The fight is pretty cool if you don't use that trick, in my opinion. Because you equip earrings on Celis and you use ice bolts and you have block and cure people if you counter attack, you cast slow.
You can also do the runaway trick if you cast 3 spells on Ifrit too, because if you use 3 magic attacks on him, his sprite actually moves closer to you, and then he does fire 3. But his sprite moving has the same unloading effect as changing to Shiva.
I think isn't that more of a BS1A thing?
Yeah, just because you're not really going to be able to stop him from getting a second turn on BS1A.
This boss is another one that's really annoying to fight without the proper setup, but we have sleep, so he's not. He can still confuse somebody on the first turn, which is very annoying, but as long as that doesn't happen, you're pretty much in there.
I believe this boss AI is one of the most complex in the game because he has some immunity for elements and counterattacks, and he shifts his elemental immune every time you attack something like that, but just get sleep in.
Yeah, you just wait trick a little bit enough, and you won't get another turn. You won't like it all.
And you steal with luck to get a chance to get a rune edge. You can get the Drainer, which is a rare steal, which sells for 1 gil. So you want the rune edge to get more GP for buying more rods later.
Yep, never hurts to add more money. There it is.
Alright, pretty good.
A nice encounter.
Yeah, number 24 is the most stable boss fight in the Magitech factory. Like for Ifrit and Shiva, with the runaway strat, there's this oddball chance that it just doesn't work because you hit a bad frame or something like that. And I mean, if that happens, it's not an instant run ender. But in that case, it would have been very, very sketchy because of just how much damage I took from all the fire counters. But I would just need to basically hit Shiva 5 times and then go for it again, but that's still a big time loss, along with being dangerous. For number 24, the main thing that can go wrong is, like I think Lynn mentioned, you can use an attack called Overflow on the first turn that confuses you. And that can have some various fun things, like him confusing Edgar after you cue sleep so that he puts himself to sleep, or another character. My personal best highlight of that, though, was one time he confused Sabin, who had Muddle, learned because of me getting all 5 rats in the Opera House that he got enough AP to learn Muddle, and then Sabin cast Muddle on Edgar, so I ended up with 2 confused characters.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll take that.
And then I can also get the Drainer Steel instead of the Rune Edge. It doesn't make the fight slower, but it's bad for the route because weapons and items and stuff that you can't buy in shops in this game only sell for 1 gold. It's kind of the game's way of trying to discourage you from selling irreplaceable stuff, and the Drainer is one of those. So I'd be out about 3,500 gold if I got that Drainer Steel. That's part of why I picked up the Rune Edge and Nourish 2 for this route, just as another backup in case I get trolled badly by a couple steals I go for money throughout the mid-game. So the game's giving us 6 new Espers at this point, almost all of which are very useful.
Yep. Either for what they teach, or actually just using the Esper itself, or even stats sometime. Yeah, I guess Madwin's here, so yeah, stats too. It's also very important that he switches his party order here, because the sequence coming up is based on among other things, it's based on your party leader, and having Sabin in the front is going to give us the best encounters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can manipulate the mag rotor encounters you get on this very, very beautiful Mode 7 minecart sequence here by who your party leader is and then what status conditions they have. And then Sabin in the lead with no status conditions gives you the highest possible number of red mag rotors, which they're both faster to kill and worth more money.
Well, nice. Thank you, chat, for reminding me to turn on Puwexil's stream so I can see the tournament.
Yes.
those parts are pretty easy to kill. You just drill or use flash, that's it.
Yeah, because Flash, ordinarily when you multi-target a magic attack in this game, the damage is reduced by 50%, which is already kind of OP actually, just because you can do, if it doesn't matter how many targets there are, so like multi-targeting against 4 enemies means you're doing double the total damage even with the reduction, but Edgar's Flash ignores that on top of that too, so it's doing full damage to all targets, which is enough to kill the red mag rotors. And I also have him with the earrings and hero ring too, which gives him a total of 50% extra damage from magic attacks. This is also another kind of set of rare encounters where they're forced encounters that give you experience points. So this is basically the first time I'm actually gaining levels since Mount Colts.
We are going to have a more significant experience segment coming up pretty soon, but that'll be more intentional than just forced encounters.
So I think is it Sketch now that uses Maduin on number 128? I forget which category.
Yeah, because you need Showdown Edgar.
Yeah, so I'm using basically the same strat here, only with Bismarck instead of Maduin, just because I need Bismarck for the cranes, and it does more damage to number 128 too. I want to say the animation's a hair faster too.
This fight can go very badly. It usually doesn't, but it can.
Yeah, if both arms are dead, he has a chance to cast Haste, which is pretty bad if you go like that. But you can cast Slow on him to counter that. I think Locke has Slow.
In this round it's Edgar, I think. The real scary thing is if he gets a second turn, he can cast Atomic Ray, which is really bad.
I got tricked kind of badly there. So the optimal fight, I kind of line up my turns so that whenever I'm using Aura Bolt, the only viable target is the body, because you can't control the targeting for blitzes. The whole haste and atomic ray thing is a pretty low risk, and with this strat too, just because the body's generally going to get its first turn when the right arm is still alive. And the body casts haste on its next turn after you kill both arms.
If you're feeling really saucy, you can also always try to steal Tempest from him too.
Yeah.
Rare. Here I'm sure we're going to be saving.
Yeah. Because we're coming up on what I consider to be the most difficult boss fight in the whole run. I do like just kind of how in a lot of RPG runs, it's not really what you'd think as far as what the hard bosses are. Like in Lufia 2, it's not the Sinistrals that are hard, it's the Tarantula Spider. It's just this random cave boss.
Oh, it's the Regal Goblin, actually.
Yeah, and the Regal Goblin. And like what's hard in FFT, because I know Weegraph isn't with the right setup.
All the generic battle, every one of them pretty much. Every battle that involves a generic character.
Yeah, and then in this run, it's not Atma Weapon or the magic statues or Kefka, it's the cranes that are dangerous, because the cranes are an automatic pincer attack, and they have I'm really underleveled at this point, so my HP is about half what it would probably be at in a casual playthrough. So I'm basically going to try very, very hard to kill preferably both, but at least one of the cranes before they get second turns, because they have nasty. They can use bolt 2 and fire 2 in their second turns, and they can counter. So here we go.
Luck.
It's gonna wait up to the first turn, and then after that, casting momentum.
Phantom will. It blocks both their physical attacks, but also the cranes counterattack a lot. So you don't, and they're kind of physical. So you don't want your guys dying to a lot of counter.
Using Chocobob just because it doesn't trigger counterattack, I believe.
It does trigger counterattack, but it does good damage, basically.
It does good damage. You're guaranteed to always be able to use it. So. And the way slots works, with as long as you get the first chocobo, it will always get the other two automatically for you. So after you get to the first one, you can just mash A.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty sloppy manipulation for the second one, but I still got it. I really took my time just to ensure.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with being safe.
So yeah, my weight tricking could have been a little better too, just because I did get bolt 2'd, but it ended up working out.
We're through the fight. That's all that matters.
If I really wanted to make that fight pretty free, I could have done a slower strat for tunnel armor about a little over an hour ago, and then saved the thunder rod I got there for because you can actually one-shot the right crane with the thunder rod, and then use Bismarck to do unsplit damage to the left one and take it down in one round of attacks. But I want to say what I'm doing here is probably about a full minute faster overall between the time you save on tunnel armor and then also having a lot less menuing and other setup for it. Because like the no thunder rod tunnel armor strat requires beating up locked so that he's in critical for using the True Knight.
Because yeah, like for tunnel armor, you don't really have good damage things outside of thunder rod. All you have is lock hit and then with the Genji Glow. And like, but for this, you have actual damaging abilities.
And then, that's basically the only time you'll see Setzer's slots in this run. And like Lynn said, with certain kind of slots combinations that are considered weaker, the game helps you get them by making it so that once you get the first reel, you'll always get the second and third one. So if I want either 7 flush, which is 3 diamonds, or Chocobop, which is 3 chocobos, if I get one of those, I can just hold A and it'll automatically select the other 2. So that's why I only pause buffered the first chocobo. It's very important that I get it too, because if you fail slots basically and just get 3 different reels, you'll do Lagomorph, which is a low power healing skill, but that removes my vanish status and makes it so that I can get hit by counterattacks from the cranes.
It's funny because Lago is actually bad for both categories for different reasons. Because this one, it's because you remove Vanish, but with the other categories, it's because Lagomorph actually changes the RNG, and then you can't get 777 anymore.
One way you die, on the other way you die.
Yeah, you still die, but it's just you die differently. This little cutscene segment is a lot more palatable than some of the ones later, because you're actually running around a lot in it.
Yeah.
You know, at least talking to people. Not just kind of just sitting there mashing for a long time.
I mean, I really do. I mean, yeah, the next hour of the run is kind of just the slower paced part, just because there's just a lot of cutscenes, a lot of plot, and a lot of mini games too. But I mean, I personally don't really mind it that much, mostly just because I ran PlayStation Final Fantasy before this, and the equivalent segments of like Final Fantasy 7 and 9 are much worse. But
Yeah, it's not that bad, but it is definitely slower than, especially the World of Ruin.
mhm.
For
Or
BSA
a lot of
standard,
other
it's
a lot of other SNES RPGs like FF4 or Chrono Trigger too. Kind of ties back to what I said a while ago that there's not a whole there's pretty few parts of this run where there's just legitimately nothing going on that's optimized as far as saving time. Even a lot of these cutscenes and mini games have just little like frame or second savers here and there. Or
I don't know if we ever talked about it, but every room you go into in this game, as it loads, you can already be moving, like as the screen is loading, pretty much. And that's just something you can always be optimized with, is knowing where the next screen's going to go, where you have to start moving. And that's just something you can be doing in these cutscenes, is if you know where you're going, you just already start moving. Save, half a third of a second or something every time. Your chat says hi, Puwexil. If we didn't get Kieran here, Kieran would also be flashing in tune with the Espers. But unfortunately, someone had to get Kieran for this category, so he's not up there.
There's an interesting soft lock that I discovered recently. That if you leave Gao in the Veldt after picking it up after Kefka Narj, and you go back to this cutscene, you soft lock the game. Because the sprite is not there or something.
Didn't you discover like another returner's softlock too?
There is a second one, isn't there, in the cutscene where you get the engine?
Oh yeah, Satarex. Yeah, Satarex told me of the softlock. It's when you reload, you reset the console after a certain point, and you do the Bannon no again. It softlocks for some reason. It's kind of weird. I made a video I think of that. There's a lot of weird softlocks in this game.
It's almost like it has some major programming issues or something.
The reason I found the softlock with Gao and this cutscene right there is just because I was messing around with the low level kind of thing, and yeah.
Okay.
Where am I?
Where are you
Getting
going?
ahead of myself in a big way.
Not quite yet. That's not till later.
Yeah. Okay.
It's time for the auction house.
Yeah.
Nope.
Can get back on track. Okay, now it's time for the auction house.
Okay, we figured it out.
Yeah.
Had to go.
Figured out which game I'm playing.
He's watching the girl here and watching what she's doing, because the auction house, what you get from the auction house, is tied to the NPC value. And he's looking for a specific string of what she does to get a specific result from the auction house, which it turns out will be Zone Seek.
Yeah, there's a pattern. There's a pattern outside. He wants to have the girl go down left, down right. Yeah, that's a down right outside. And once she goes right. You talk to the guy in the entrance and bingo. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's pretty similar as far as like how I manipulated the river before the first Ultros battle too, because NPC movement and then random game events use the same RNG value, random number generator. And in this case, because there's actually no randomly moving NPCs inside the auction house, I can control how the RNG advances by taking single steps in and out, and then watch the NPC for cues as far as when it's the value for one of the Espers you can buy there.
I'd like to point out I love how you just park literally in the middle of the town of Jador.
Yes.
Zone Seek, though, is going to be very, very important for this run. It's going to beef up both Terra and Celes significantly. Because up to now, we've mostly only been concerned with learning spells from Espers and occasionally summoning them. But Zone Seek is going to be the Esper we're using for level up runs, and it's very important. It gives +2 magic every time you level up.
And since we haven't grinded until now, the Terra is pretty much rollable for this part of the game, so it ramps up pretty quickly.
She's going to get a lot of... This is going to be the first really significant grinding section. It's not so much grinding because we have to go where we're going anyway, but the fights along the way are all going to be really good XP.
Yeah, I want to say that doing this grinding costs like about somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes total, but you get all of that back and more just from Terra being a lot stronger for the end of the World of Balance.
You'd have hard time doing the World of Balance with Terra at the level anyway. She does so much work.
Yeah, and then like Lynn said, I mean, I do have to get Zone Seek at some point as part of 100%, but even in an any percent glitchless run, I'd be getting it anyway, just because the +2 magic level up bonus you get is just too good when you need to do large amounts of damage quickly in order to kill bosses. Some Japanese runners, even for glitchless, do no Zone Seek routes, which just requires grinding more here with Terra using Maduin
Sounds
instead.
really fun. I love grinding more when I could grind less.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the flip side to that too is that then you end up with more money for rods. So you have more rods to use in the World of Ruin. Because you both don't spend money on Zone Seek and then get more money from the grinding. I'm gonna have to just run if I get another encounter. Well, when I get another encounter here, if it's not undead. Oh, good. Nice. Oh, but you know what? I did not actually equip Zone Seek, so forget that.
Can't do that. It's actually very bad if you take your first fight, fight or two without Zone Seek, because you lose a lot. Oh, jeez, you're getting wrecked.
Yeah, I was talking too much and forgot to do the menu I normally do after buying Zone Seek.
Because Terra is level 11, if you level up right now and not having Zone Sync, there's like a diminishing returns on the effect of the +2 magic.
Yeah, Terra didn't have any armor on too, which is why she got wrecked there. This room can really, really be awful in certain step routes too, depending on where you get your encounters. Because if you get one on one of the Yoku blocks, as we call them, you can fall off without a whole lot of time to avoid it.
If I'm watching this correctly, are we going to get to see an alternate Kefka strat?
Yes.
Nice.
Because I don't really have a choice.
So what we want
Yeah,
here
I'm still
is
kind of
getting
new
things-
enough to the 3 sprint shoes route as far as just kind of gauging how to manage my smoke bombs. What I should have done was I should have bought some more smoke bombs when I was buying warp stones on the airship before the Magitech factory to make sure I didn't run out here. Once I'm past this point, it doesn't matter anymore, just because all of the enemy formations in this room and the one right before the end are undead. But the fact that I had to run from that Ings fight in the Tempest room, though, is almost certainly going to mean I'm going to have to farce an extra encounter.
At least you only have to go to 19 or 20.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that I want to. That's probably going to make the bid game step route for glitchless a little more flexible, just because I imagine for like no sketch, part of the step route is trying to get better XP fights here.
Part of the problem with the step route is getting specifically the first fight in this room, or in the previous room, either the Tempest room or the other one, to be an ink fight, and you won't necessarily you probably won't need that to get 19.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even if I hadn't made that mistake there, if I don't get an Ings fight there, just depending on what monsters I get here, it can still require forcing an encounter, but usually doesn't. For only going to 19.
I guess he's been going to 19
and some change, yeah.
Yeah, some change, and then going in, and that's usually forcing one encounter, I think.
People miss the start of the run too. What I'm doing is getting Locke to run away just so that Terra gets all the experience from each fight. Because Locke's main contribution to the remainder of the speedrun is just being fast and running away. He doesn't really need levels or damage output anymore.
And he'll get levels anyway eventually, just from the way the game works, which we'll discuss more as that becomes relevant.
And then a useful visual cue, kind of like when we used Terra learning Antidote as a cue for her hitting level 6 the first time we did some light grinding. When she learns the Life spell, that means she's level 18. Oh no, and also the reason why I'm able to always guarantee just Locke running away and not Terra is because you can only run away when your ATB bar is full, and there's no other battle animations going on there. So like while I'm using Revivifies, I'm holding the L and R button to kind of buffer the escape, and then I have Terra always go last, so that her ATB bar will be empty.
There's a hidden run meter in the game for each character too, but Locke's fills up faster than everybody else's, and also it is dependent on those characters' speed, I believe. So Locke is fast, so he also gets more ticks to try to run away.
Yeah. It's a difficulty based on every single party members. Like we mentioned Bannon earlier, and he has the worst value or whatever the value that makes you run away. That's like a 2, and Locke has like 4, just like the second best.
Yeah, like the way it works is every time it checks, it adds a random number between 0 and whatever their value is, and just Locke has a higher one, so he on average adds more.
So yeah, I would have been fine if I hadn't had to run from that first Ing fight because I didn't actually have Zone Seek equipped. But yeah, now we're good.
I'm excited to see this Kefka fight.
Yeah, the DLC Kefka fight.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, you would actually use a smoke bomb to run from Kefka here because it's Kefka. This is kind of a strangely programmed fight in that it's not technically inescapable, but the game tries to prevent you from running by locking out the L and R buttons, but that doesn't stop you from using smoke bombs. It's not really that big of a time save too. It's just a couple seconds because the fight otherwise just ends if you attack Kefka once. It skips some text.
Basically, Kefka right here is considered as a party member, and I don't think you can have the boss flag on.
So yeah, Kefka didn't even get an attack off too. So yeah.
That's actually nowhere near as long as I was expecting.
Yeah.
No, it's really
just kind of like how the magic cutscene is massively longer than you expect it to be. That one's massively shorter.
The only rate danger in that fight is you get bad ATB, you have Locke at low HP.
Locke does get quietly healed before that fight. So, I mean, unless you're under-leveled, I don't know if it's even possible to die to Kefka unless you just sit there and let him get 2 turns, but I don't know, maybe on paper it's possible if you fire to as you. Because in most situations where the game forcibly changes your party members, it also quietly heals and revives you, just as a kind of a precaution against you ending up with a completely dead party. Like my personal favorite one is the fact that you get healed when you jump off Barren Falls, because Shadow leaves you at that point, and if he was your only character that was alive, you'd instantly game over at the start of the waterfall. So yeah, jumping off waterfalls is very therapeutic and healthy.
Actually, kind of useful there because you often have people dead from the train.
Yep. Just double check. Okay, yeah, just triple checking that I hit level 19.
Use a warp stone there. Usually there's a door that's being opened.
Yeah, it's not that big of a time save, just because there's a shortcut that goes back to the beginning of the cave added to that room after the cutscenes there, but it does save time and encounter steps to warp stone out.
It saves money just by not having to buy more small bombs. So, well, you have to buy
the
warp
you have to
stone.
buy the warp
Yeah.
stone, which probably costs more than one. Like, 'cause you'd probably only realistically get one extra encounter that way, but it's faster, so we do it.
Yeah.
I guess I had to farm an encounter anyway. Maybe it
Yeah,
would've
you
been
know, that's but I mean, I mean, I didn't know how many steps it was going to take, so I suppose it could have been a little more efficient to start walking towards the exit, and if I get the encounter near the exit, to just walk out. But whatever.
I tried to trick people into discussing the best Final Fantasy in your chat, but it didn't work out very well.
Thanks. I knew I could count on you to let the cats out when I'm not there. Has anyone other than Fathlo actually soft-locked here, by the way? Or is he still
Yeah.
Not that I know
the
of.
champion of airship-related soft-locks?
I'm convinced it was about this card, not the game.
Yeah. Considering that I think while one of the tournament races I watched Fathlo, his cart started exploding almost. It was there was crazy stuff happening. He was getting red lines and just crazy graphic stuff going on all over the screen. I think that's probably his cart. Although his FF4 cart was cursed too, I think, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for him to somehow crash FF5 in an airship-related cutscene, just so he has the trifecta.
He would truly be the god.
Yes.
So buying 2 warp stones, buying more small bombs because we ran out, and I think the small bombs was gonna be lasting for the rest of the game. I think.
Well, most of the rest of the game, because I do shopping in Thamasa and buy more smoke bombs there, but depending on how many preemptives I get in the rest of the run, I might not need to.
Tisk. You got out on the left tile, not the right tile.
Yeah, I was about to say. This little
Where's the
optimization.
optimization? You're going left. Oh no. I can't take this. I'm out.
Yeah, if you leave Chocobo on the right tile of the castle, you're gonna leave to the right tile after the banquet, and it's gonna save encounter tiles later on.
Telling me this category isn't optimized?
I know, right?
Little
Okay,
optimization
okay.
there.
You saved a third of a second. Oh, it's all forgiven.
Yeah, all forgiven now.
Little optimization there. You despawn the NPC. It saves a couple of frames. Instead of
Whole
just
donkey
keeping
unit.
on him.
Yeah, it saved $1 billion.
Saves $1 million. Alright, no soft lock.
I mean, as far as I know, this is not possible to do with a less than 4 character party.
Yeah, there's the known soft lock here where after you talk to Gestalt, the party member is gonna spread out in the
And one of them will just go flying off screen,
Yeah.
basically.
And the best part is you spawn on the wall and you can't do the banquet. And if,
Yeah, it's
you're
not. I mean,
doing
it's not a soft lock in the sense that the game's over, but because you will still do the banquet after you run out of time here. But it's still very, very, very bad because then you can't get the charm bangle.
In Sketch, I guess it wouldn't matter too much, but it can't happen in Sketch either because you don't have a full party.
Yeah,
Actually, it can't happen in any route anymore because we don't take full parties here.
Yeah, I mean, I could have changed my party on the airship in order to speed up the battles I'm going to be doing here, but because there's an in-game timer that needs to run down, first it wouldn't actually just save time to justify the extra menuing.
So what he's going to do is going to talk to 23 people and getting some chests along the way, doing some menus, all during that timer is running out.
It's going to fight 4 battles. One of them gives AP. The rest of them are just NPCs that give some money and that you can steal from them if you want.
Yeah, and because of that AP, I put on Maduin too, just because Terra needs to learn Bolt 2, and for 100% eventually Fire 2 and Ice 2 as well. So both here and then also for Thamasa, I want her to be working on that.
It's usually not too bad to get everything done, but how fast you get it done, you can give you more time at the end to do stuff if you want, like sorting inventory or just re-equipping things. The next room is the worst one.
Yeah, I like to refer to this room as the NPC mosh pit.
Sometimes they'll all like just dive straight for the bottom of the screen and hide behind the wall there and you can't see them.
You have to remember which NPC you talked, and having an encounter right into the middle of it is kind of difficult for sometimes.
You have to talk to 23 NPCs, including all 4 fight.
Yeah, probably the most challenging element of that is just staying on top of which soldiers you've talked to in this room through the encounter.
Yep.
I got all 4 of the bottom ones though. And then, even though by and large this is the amount of time this takes is fixed, we do also want to minimize the number of screen transitions we do, just because that causes a bit of lag on the in-game timer. So I'm just using a route through the castle, just optimized for fewest screen transitions.
Since he's got time, he's just stealing from every NPC, every fight with Locke too, just get extra items.
Come on, guy.
But mostly to sell, but I believe if you get him to throw
Come on, guy. Okay.
I was about to say you can probably clip through that. But...
yeah, you could if it was allowed.
Yeah.
Might have to ban you though if you did it.
Yes, might have to end this run immediately.
Sorry guys, we still have the 100% going on, but the glitchless it's just not happening.
I'm gonna start sketching.
That's tag in 7. 100% all bosses. Yes, sketch.
Yes, Obi.
Gonna make a sketch route on the fly.
That definitely sounds like something that is totally possible to do. It will not, break your cart in some way.
Well, I've yet to see an instance where I broke a card.
I would think you would have to save afterwards in order for it to even come close.
The only time I I wiped out my saves is using the 52 game over glitch, and that's it. The sketch wasn't.
Yeah, it's actually not. I mean, there's kind of a urban legend that you can break your cart with the sketch glitch. That's not technically true, but it is possible to corrupt the save data so badly that the game crashes, like when you try to start a new game. But that's technically fixable if you remove the battery, but that's not exactly an easy thing to do in a Super Nintendo cart.
to the Empire. The cool thing is I can say these things, and you'll have already done them, so I won't screw you up. Now, this is somewhat nerve-wracking because you have to get these all right, or you're screwed.
And not buffer the inputs as well. This you have to take your time.
You
Because
can
have
you
one
can
shot.
buffer some of them if you know what you're doing, but if you don't know exactly what you're doing, you have to be very careful. You can't buffer all of them, or it doesn't work.
If you buffer one choice, you cannot buffer the next one.
You have to ask one extra question in the middle there too, just as part of getting enough. How the banquet system basically works with the point. It adds points for everything you do, and you have to get enough points to get the charm bangle. And so asking an extra question is another thing that gets points, along with talking to the guards.
Yeah, if you ask the same question multiple times, you actually lose points, though.
Yeah. So you just be careful. You need to fight these guys too.
Yeah, yes, driven up to.
Oh, and also the reason why I used Phantom, even though I mean these fights are not really dangerous, the commandos I had to fight have a chance to use a crit attack called Program 65 that can silence you, and that would just slow those down a lot if they used it on Terra. But it's a physical attack, so I forgot to put the earrings back on Terra. I was wondering why they survived that.
I was too.
Let's fix that right now, actually. Or wait, no, what? Oh, I know what it is. It's because I didn't do
Mega
this.
Sat or.
Yeah, like we
That-
said,
that's
that
the
five
problem.
that 5 magic stat from the Magus hat does a lot. You don't realize it, but it really does. And she also has I forget which one, but one of the magic swords equipped, which also gives you +2 magic.
Yeah, and then that stacks with the earrings too. Because it calculates based on your magic.
5% more each or something like that.
Yeah, it's 25% each, and they stack. So you get the bonus from the equipment that boosts the magic stat, affects the initial damage calculation, and then there's a 50% multiplier on top of that because of relics. Short version magic is massively OP in this game.
Pretty much. It's really hard to get your physical attackers up to doing any kind of respectable damage,
Yeah.
but the magic doesn't actually take that much effort. Both because of the way rods work for a while, and then also just the way magic scales in the end game. J and US are different, yes.
Yeah.
J has a unique glitch in the Equip Anything glitch that makes the J run quite different. For Glitchless, they're not very different. The main difference in Glitchless is that J has a second item column for sorting inventory.
And the text is a lot faster. Like, actually,
Yeah.
it matters a lot actually for the banquet too, just because there's so much less text when you talk to the guards that you get a lot more free menu time afterwards.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah, there's a couple of difference between J and US. Like you can rename Scion's sword attacks in the menu for some reason. That's a feature, and you can customize the buttons on the menu, I think. So there's a couple of difference that not really worth the speedrun, but most of it is really the Equip Anything glitch, which is still present in the US version, but the developer just blocked the last inventory slot at the bottom of the window, so the slot is still there, but it's not accessible by normal means. You can put something there using the sketch glitch, but it's like 4 or 3 hours into a run.
Yeah, other than Equip Anything and the items having 2 columns, other than the text, I don't think there's any real differences.
Yeah.
I mean, sketch works differently, but that's kind of not like a normal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Final Fantasy IV has pretty massive differences between Japanese and North American releases, but not quite as much the case with this game.
Yeah. Ostensibly, they're the same game for J and U for this one because I mean they didn't really change much on purpose.
I get, although you know what, actually the biggest difference that does actually even matter in Glitchless, I would say too, is that you get more MP when you level up in the J version.
Oh yeah, I did forget about that. Yeah.
And actually in the PlayStation version and every other version of the game, basically except Super Nintendo, uses FF6J MP growth.
Yeah, I always forget about that because it's so weird.
Yeah, and it does matter for my routing too, because like the J runners just use Maduin on every commando fight and Vector because they have the MP for it.
You can't do that.
And I don't have enough to, and because I wouldn't have enough for Maduin on the special forces if I did that.
Yeah, no, that's a problem in No Sketch too. You have to use this elixir in the middle of the banquet if you have Maduin on, which you have to have Maduin on if you went to 19 because you need the +1 magic when you hit 20.
By the way, we just raided the Imperial shack on the right there, so you just pick up a lot of items and money to sell later, which is accessible. It's accessible after the banquet.
That's something that's exclusive to Glitchless because it's a fairly significant detour, but you just get so much extra money from doing that, and I need a lot more money in Glitchless to buy rods and other equipment later. And I can either do that now, or I can wait until after Thermasa and just fly there with the airship. And this might change once mid-game step route is a thing for Glitchless. But for right now, I mathed it out that it's either the same speed or faster than doing it later, because just depending on how quickly I get out of the extra encounters I get on that walk, and just because doing this lets me only have to do one rod shopping trip in World of Balance. So after
the main way it could change is like how many, not so much for this category, but for any percent, the main way it would change is depending on how many naughties you actually want or need, and if you get more or less. That's something you just have to test.
Yeah. So yeah, for this route, once I get the airship back, I just change my party and go for the floating continent. Whereas if I skip the base now, I would have to go there, get the treasure, then go back to Thamasa, then buy more rods.
Hope everybody likes cutscenes because we're going to be a lot of cutscenes for the next, I don't know. How long does this run go? Another 6 hours? 4 hours? Yeah, about that long.
Well, hopefully not that long. I mean, I'd say I'm definitely still on pace to cut 640.
This is definitely the biggest cutscene segment of the run. It goes on for a good while. There's a couple things.
About half an hour, I would say.
Yeah. There's a couple things going on in the middle that we'll have to talk about, though.
So unfortunately, because of needing earrings on Terra for the Special Forces fight, I can't have sprint shoes here without an extra menu, but we abide.
So if you guys want to host the channel right now, this is the perfect moment.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of tradition that if somebody gets raided during an FF6 speedrun, it's basically always during Thamasa, during the very cutscene heavy part of the run.
I'd wait till after Ultros 3 though, or Ultros 3 because then it's much more.
Then it's just much more just mashing A instead of actually doing stuff.
Which is very much mashing A.
What's the number again? 1250 cutscenes.
1250 cutscenes for the first part, and the second part is also 1250 cutscenes. Like you said, it's not that bad.
Because these cutscenes are broken up by some pretty meaningful gameplay, like the burning house, and then the Ultros 3 fight, and then after it's finally over, we start to get to my favorite part of the game for speedrunning, which is the floating continent and the world of ruin.
Past Tamasai is pretty good as a speedrun because there's constantly stuff going on.
I mean, that's where the whatever category you're running really starts to kind of establish itself as its own thing. Because I mean, the first 3.5 hours are pretty of the English version are the same pretty much across the board, with the exception of lock scenario and your magic learning route. But other than that, it's really the same.
And then everything's going to be very different. Alright, I'm going to be judging how perfect your Thermos walking is. Except that I don't know what it looks like, so...
Yes.
I have no idea.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest overworld walking sequence in the world of Balance to do perfectly, as far as hitting all of the no encounter tiles.
Fortunately, it's also the least relevant one.
Yeah. It's been long enough since I've practiced it that I really don't remember what the perfect route is.
Is the floating continent walking matters? Well, the walking before floating continent matters in the floating continent encounters, or it's totally different? Like, are you gonna get the same encounters on the same tiles in the floating continent if you float a step route?
Yeah, I mean, I would get them on the same tiles, but just because of it being the floating continent, it's
gonna be different encounters.
Yeah, the game randomizes the monster formations.
That was within 1 or 2.
Yeah, that didn't feel like it was perfect, but it felt good.
So here's another major shopping trip. The important thing really here is going to buy a bunch of rods, but probably some other stuff too. Because you went to the armor shop.
Yeah, but you're gonna sell a lot of stuff that you're not gonna use for the roll run and maximize the money, because this is the last instance you can buy rods until later in the game.
You need enough to last you through the floating continent, and also you're gonna get enough to last them through pretty much the grind segment of the game too later. That selling running shoes makes me sick.
Yeah, it hurts me too. But because I believe I got an extra one in the base though. Let's see, so I just changed this. Sure, I'll spend my Rune Edge money on an extra rod.
Yep.
Because
and all these rods are gonna get used at some point. We'll get thrown at something.
Since we're about to start using them more, maybe we could talk about the game mechanics behind rods too, as far as just why they're so overpowered. Like in Final Fantasy V, rods. Maybe to start. If any character uses a rod out of the menu, it will break and then cast the level 2 spell associated with its element. But it has hidden properties as well that just make it much better than just casting the spell normally. If you break your rod, it ignores the enemy's magic defense stat, which the normal spell doesn't do, and it also does the highest possible amount of damage based on the damage calculation formula. And it also ignores reflect too, if that's ever relevant.
I actually didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, like that's why for Narapa, it matters for Narapa because it ignores his auto reflect.
Considering that I only ever have Joker Doomed and thrown rods at it, I didn't even know it had reflect.
Yeah.
You can do the same thing with the shields as well that cast fire level 3
Yeah, you'll be
spells
seeing that in this category too, for the final boss. But you can't buy shields, so you have to use and the shields are the elemental shields are really good for armor too because of status absorption and immunity, so you use those really sparingly.
Don't worry, the speed.
But like in Final Fantasy V, you can get rods much earlier in the game, and they're cheaper, and they cast the level 3 spell. So Squaresoft, I thought they kind of tried to nerf them a bit by making them cost more and getting them much later in the game. But I think they're even worse in this game as far as just being game breaking because of the hidden properties.
defensive norm makes them do so much damage, and then the fact that they always do fixed damage makes them super useful for routing speedrun because you can always.
Yeah, and the damage formula is based on the user's magic stat and any other equipment too. So, it's pretty much always going to be characters like Terra and Celis that I have use rods that have naturally high magic stat. I've done some level grinding with them with a magic stat boosting Esper, and then I have equipment and relics that further boost it. Like in this case, everything that Terra has equipped except her shield boosts her magic in some way, because she has a flame saber, which is +2, a magus hat, which is +5, and then a white dress, which I believe is another +5, along with 2 earrings, which is +50% damage.
On top of that, of course, we leveled up with Zone Sig for 8 levels, so that's another +2 per level there. And also your level goes into the damage formula too.
Mm-hmm. So stuff like that is why, even though this run is glitchless, it still feels like you're speed running the game and going fast, just because like almost all of the boss fights in the remainder of the game go by very fast, even though I'm just running down their hit points instead of instantly killing them.
You actually get away with a very minimal amount of grinding in this too. It's pretty good.
Because like my PB, at least at any percent glitchless, which I consider a lot more optimized than my PB at this category, is 5:13, and then like the current fastest time for any percent no sketch, which is the kind of the closest category that does use glitches, is about half an hour faster than that, and most of that just comes from just skipping a lot more fights through use of Joker Doom and Vanish Doom and stuff, along with
it's probably like half
the game
the extra
too.
grinding and half the fact that you can skip all the fights.
So we're coming up on the firehouse, which is the big RNG fest. You can get encounters everywhere. There are sprites on the field where we can get encounters. They're called balloons. Yeah, they're dependent on the NPC movement value, but you can somewhat skip them if you're lucky, but it's mostly RNG. There's no really tech.
It's very difficult to actually skip these in the first 2 rooms of the firehouse too, just because of how narrow the hallways are. Yeah, like there, that one juked me when I thought I was gonna get past it, because it's just happened because their movement is random. I mean, they follow kind of the same rules as the guards. You can kind of clip around before the in Narsh with Locke and the Mughals, but because these flames movement is random, there's no real consistent way to avoid them.
And those encounters are good if you want to fix your magic rod as well, because they can be one shot using Echo Rake from Strago.
It was actually a pretty clean flame.
Yeah, that was really good actually. Quick double check Terra's equipment. Okay, she does have the white dress. All right, we're good. Oh yeah, fun fact, by the way, if you press either equip or relic and then the left D-pad button, you can get that view of your whole party's equipment. It's something kind of that when I do it surprises viewers sometimes.
So what he's going to do, he's gonna steal chest and steel, rare steel there. Use an ice rod and.
Alright, go get him, Strago!
Yeah. This boss has 8.4 k HP, so using an ice rod is not enough, so you have Strago attack with an ice rod instead to finishing him off.
Yeah, I used to have Strago cast Aqua Rake in order to finish the fight off, but it's about 10 seconds faster to have Strago just punch him with an ice rod, both because the animation's faster and you also get less attacks during the victory. Because
it seems very close though to 8.4k if you do the math. Like, is it happening ever to?
I've never actually failed to kill him that way, even though it's close. It might be possible if you get like minimum roll with the ice rod for it to survive, but it's never actually happened to me in a run.
No math.
I keep having to do math for all my stupid strats to figure out if anything actually dies. It's really annoying.
But yeah, this whole burning house is just kind of meant to be a tutorial for Strago, because the balloons are all weak to water, so you can one-shot them with Aqua Rake, and you can also learn the Exploder lore off of them. Surprisingly, Flame Eater is actually not weak to water, only to ice. So WTB Firehouse like that in an actual run. Because I consider dodging any flames at all in the first 2 rooms of the firehouse to be pretty good luck.
You can often get like one of the ones in the first room. You can almost never get more than that, depending on how they move, obviously.
I mean, yeah, like for the very first one, you just have to really luck out as far as it not blocking your way and then also being moving at the same time you are in order to get past it.
I think Toru came up with that strat where you can clip through the
yeah, because
bombs
if you open it when you're opening and closing the menu, the flames are still moving, but they won't trigger encounters. So you could, I mean, I poked around with that a little bit, but I didn't feel like it really really reduced the RNG that much. Because if they want to get you, they will. I mean, but the menu thing is cool. I do kind of look forward to seeing people dabble in it and see what kind of strats they can come up with.
And the best strat I can think of is resetting outside to manipulate the NPC movement, like we do with the fish and all that stuff. Go back into Firehouse and getting a consistent setup if you practice it. But
I'm good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then
I think the NPC value is moving like on the actual screen outside the Flamehouse though, so you'd have to mash perfectly.
You'd have to be mashing.
Can be possible, yeah.
Because there's, I mean, like I did briefly think about maybe trying to reset at the start of the floating continent to manipulate the naughties and other stuff, but nope. The scrolling background, I'm assuming, is changing the RNG, so then that wouldn't work for fishing.
Yeah, like random stuff changes NPC movement that you wouldn't think does.
Strago's in charge too, just as part of my setup for the Ultros 3 fight. Because whenever you have a battle that has dialogue at the start, it's effectively a preemptive, and when you get preemptive, your characters go in reverse party order. So this is actually this isn't about Strago being in the front so much as Locke being in the back, so then I get 2 attempts to steal Ultros' white cape without it really mattering. And then this area, it kind of almost seems like there's loading screens or something for the areas, but that's actually because of Realm. The game won't let you zone out until Realm is off screen. So if you're just heading straight for the exit, then you'll usually have to wait like a second or so for her to get out.
This Ultros fight always has different setups for different things, but it's never whatever party you show up here with. You always have to change the order for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a pretty kind of surprisingly difficult fight for what and where it is too, because like this version of Ultros is 22,000 health, which is massively more than any other boss you've ever encountered up to this point. I mean, part of that is just because it's also meant to be a sketch tutorial.
Yeah, Ultros here is weak to fire and thunder, and he has 22k HP. But like we said, you're supposed to use sketch with Realm to basically win the fight, but it's just faster to use the rods on him, and sketch has a tendency to miss a lot.
Yeah, because I know it's
So-
tied to Realm's level and stats as far as success, and just because of how low leveled she joins you at, it's got a pretty high miss chance. And, I mean, if you just kill Ultros by running out his HP, you skip some text too, so it works out to be faster along with more consistent. So Locke missed with the first steal, so I'm getting another attempt before I throw the third Thunder Rod to kill him. I mean, I'm trying to steal a white cape, which in this category is just for money. In any percent, I would also need it for the final boss, but here it's just money.
It's okay, we
There we
rat
go.
out white capes now too. Don't worry.
There we go.
And I had Terra morph in order to make it, because morph doubles Terra's magic attack and defense, and it made it so that I could do really high damage to Ultros without needing double earrings, so I get to have the running shoes and Gale hairpin on instead for this dungeon. And then the way you accumulate morph power, which is also something that's not really widely known, is whenever you win a battle with Terra in your party and gain AP or magic points, that also adds to a hidden counter for morph. So all those battles I fought in the sealed cave for levels and magic stat was also building Terra's morph.
And then when we get to the IF, you're gonna fight a bunch of force counters there too. It's gonna get more AP and
Mhm.
have it built up again for when you need it on Atlan and stuff.
Alright, now for the aforementioned 1250 cutscenes.
This one is exactly 1250 cutscenes. No more, no less.
Yeah,
This one's like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
about.
It's
I want to
not
say
that
yeah, it's
bad.
like 10 to 12 minutes or so, and we're going to amuse ourselves by guessing on how many times Radio Frit's going to hit Kefka. But other than that, this is pretty much just bashing text and getting psyched up for the IAF.
Don't get Leo killed now. You don't want to be the first.
Yeah.
I think we think it's technically possible for Leo to die, but I don't think anybody's ever seen it happen.
Yeah. I think the closest I've gotten is him like being in like below 100 HP and being poisoned.
Yeah.
But the fact that Leo is an Aegis shield really makes that not often. Yeah, since I usually stream RPG runs on Sunday evenings for my time zone, this is usually when like I ask my chat how their weekends were going.
Well, I watched LCC die to Kefka, and then I woke up, and then I've been here. It's been a good weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, do we have any donations to the Speed Gaming channel to read off and stuff? Or how have people been enjoying SNES Superstars this year?
I know it's.
I've definitely been enjoying what I've caught, both
Yeah.
games I know and a couple I didn't. Like I was absolutely floored by the blindfolded DKC2 run yesterday.
Yeah, that was amazing. I saw that too.
Not just beating the game too, but getting like Brambler blindfolded and the new Crockett warp and stuff.
I have yet to watch that. I'm gonna watch it on YouTube probably later.
Yeah.
I would suggest it. It's pretty
The
good.
FF4 race that was I think last weekend already was really good too, as far
Yeah, it was
as like how
close.
close the race was.
Oh, let's check in here. Raptors winning right now.
Burn your
Our-
Tamasa update.
Gotta get our Burn Your Thamasa update of the.
I like that.
Burn your Tamasa update.
Well, little salty that I didn't get the Weldt quick kill, but other than that, and the whole thing with forgetting to equip Zone Seek before the sealed gate cave, I've been pretty happy with this run.
I think it's been going alright.
I think probably the next main barometer for like pace is just going to be the time I jump off the floating continent. It's like if it's around 4 hours, then that's sub 630 pace. It's definitely not going to be super close to 4 hours at this point, but if we're talking like 4:05 or so, I'd say that's still definitely a really respectable pace for a marathon run.
Here is Leo, which we put long ago. We put Bannon in the front row, and because it turns out that Leo is actually Bannon, Leo is also in the front row.
And attacking is faster than Shock, unfortunately, because Shock has a casting delay and attack is instant.
So this fight is a whole day.
Yeah, it's
But
both.
that's
It's both
better
kind
than
of a
Ash.
blessing and a curse that because Leo has an offering relic automatically equipped, which it lets you attack 4 times at 50% power, and it also removes your ability to crit. Like that's why it's both a blessing and a curse that you can't crit, because it means no real RNG in this fight, but it also means that you can't speed it up.
Yeah, he has an Atlas armlet and offering, along with couple gold armor and Nigga shield.
Do one for the fans.
I think the Japanese runners try to go for Shock instead when they're doing runs, just because it's more swag, I guess.
I believe the swag is do 4 attacks and then 1 shock, right?
Yeah.
That always kills, or pretty much. If you do 5 shocks, sometimes he doesn't die.
Yeah, because I think I want to say he has 5,001 health. So if you get like some sub 1,000 shocks, then you might survive a 5th one.
Rip. So there's a way to get Leo in your party without using cheats, but that requires like
It
the
takes
airship
multiple
glitch.
hours of setup.
Yeah, you have to go the airship glitch that takes 4 hours to get and do some crazy stuff, and yeah.
One thing that I'm a little sad about is that because of the sketch glitch being a better understood thing now, not really a whole lot of people know or care about the airship glitch anymore as far as just doing really wacky stuff to the game. The airship glitch is it's abusing a bug with how the game tracks where it should load you when you go to the world map, because if you use the option to jump off the floating continent before Atmo weapon, it kind of sets a flag that when you the next time it loads the overworld, you're in the airship. But you can get that flag. I don't really fully understand the setup, but I know you can set that flag and then game over. And then in this game, if you've saved, if you game over, you actually automatically get sent back to your last save. And if that last save is on the overworld, you'll have the airship because of that flag being set. And if your last save is before you get the airship, then you can do some pretty silly things to sequence break. I mean, that's something that is 100% not ever going to happen in a speedrun, just because of the
Unless
fact
you
that this...
speedrun, take Leo to the World of Ruin.
Yeah, because the setup for it involves just multiple hours, because you have to play from wherever you want to get the airship through the floating continent and then go back. But it's something that's very kind of fun to either to mess around with or like watch a video of somebody using it to break the game.
There's a new way to get the airship glitch. Well, getting the airship using the 52 game over glitch. That's like taking 50 minutes instead of 4 hours, which gives you the same result. You get the airship, and you land where you want. So, if anyone wants to route 80% no credit warp, that can be a thing.
Sounds like you just volunteered.
80% no wrong warp, you mean?
Yeah, 80% no crit warp. You get the airship glitch, and yeah, I don't know.
I just want you to give me Realm before this cutscene happens. That's all I want. Realm, but I mean Realm and an airship before this cutscene happens. Without 52. I don't have to kill myself 2 times.
I don't think that's something we can fix,
but-
though.
It'll make Sketch such a good category if you could just do this crap before this cutscene and not after it. But unfortunately, you don't have an airship, and if you don't have an airship, you're stuck on Triangle Island for the rest of your life. Which is not really a fun place to be. Oh, we have the 6 winners in on the Raviner Paladin race, but I don't know
nice.
spoil it for anybody. Unless people actually wish to be spoiled. This is about in the cutscene where I started thinking, oh, it's almost over, and then I realized no.
Well, we
yeah.
do have a little bit of gameplay coming up.
Oh yeah, you walk 1 tile up and
yeah.
press A.
Yeah, no, hey, no spoilers.
Remember, this is some hot gameplay action coming up.
Yeah. Oh, fun little fact too. That cutscene there of the airship flying to Thabasa, it's in the normal game engine, and they turn off the mini map in the corner for that. So if you actually get in the airship and go somewhere after here, the mini map is still off.
Is that why you don't have a mini map after this cutscene? I actually didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I knew
forgot
it
to
turned
turn it
off,
on.
but I could never remember. I never knew why.
Oh yeah, we're not going to have to spend 5 minutes flying around looking for Doomgaze. I'll leave it at that for now.
You guys ready for some hot gameplay action?
I am very ready.
Alright, back to cutscenes.
Oh, so good.
Alright, we did it.
Alright.
You do your party stuff before you get to the IF, or you go back on the airship before you get to IF, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I'm just checking because I didn't see Ramu on Terra.
Yeah, I mean, I need to do other Espers
Yeah.
besides that too, so that's why I wait until I actually have my
Yeah,
IAF
no, that's
party
reasonable.
together.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
They could have tried a little harder to try to make up an in-game reason why you can only bring 3 characters to the floating continent too, because I mean, reason is because of Shadow. I mean, you can get Shadow as your 4th character on the floating continent, although I'm not going to be doing so. But they just say, quick, only 3 characters can go. It's like, why?
It's actually really annoying for AP routing and stuff because
Yeah.
if I could bring Salas there, it'd be super helpful, but I can't.
Yep. Yeah, because for other categories, you would take Setzer instead of Celis because of Joker Doom, but I need Celis to gain experience and learn spells and stuff. I take her, but that also results in me only having 3 characters instead of 4 for the escape too, which is a little bit of a bummer.
Because actually the real problem is that you have to bring Terra, because she's the only one that usually kills anything. If you didn't have to bring Terra, you could bring 3 characters you wanted for the Wall of Ruin, but you really have to have Terra.
So that mechanic with 4 party members is using that trick to just switching party members faster and equipping stuff for the AIF.
This is the fastest way to get back to get like to a menu with your party members, and it doesn't involve going and getting into a forced battle. He's not getting Shadow at the start of the floating continent, but he might be getting Shadow later.
So I arranged my party in a very specific formation here too, just because every IAF battle is a pincer attack, and then which direction your characters are facing is consistent. And the characters that I'm the least interested in getting killed or taking lots of damage here are Celis and Terra, so I arranged for them to always be facing to the left, just so that they can't get hit in the back by propeller that the Spitfire armor can do.
And if you can get lucky, you can runic that thick armor.
Yeah, like that's why Celis has running shoes for this part too, just that she usually goes first, and then I can runic and absorb tech lasers, which translates into overall less healing I need to do. But if I see that, like, if it's a 2 armor battle and I can see that one of them is doing it before Celis gets her turn, I'm just going to skip it.
Rip, dude.
Yep, rip Edgar. Although Edgar being dead is actually not bad, just because I don't really care too much at this point about him learning stuff, and him being dead means that Celis and Terra get more experience from these fights. So that, I mean, it doesn't really save that much time overall, but it reduces the RNG on the floating continent with ninjas, basically, because it means that I can still hit level 19 Celis even if I get ninja'd.
I think the only thing that needs to be learned from Edgar is Doom.
Yes.
He doesn't even really need Doom, but
yeah, and I don't really need it that badly in this category, but because I have to grind at the end to wait for Shadow anyway, might as well.
assume your Terra has enough magic that she can always kill these.
Yeah, with double earrings and her equipment loadout, it's always one shot. I mean, I used to use a different strat for this where I had Terra have running shoes instead of Celis so that she could outspeed the armors faster, but that also meant that this red armor would survive and need to get smacked by Thunder Saber or something, and this isn't, I mean, this strat here with Runic isn't, it's basically about the same speed, but it usually, if I get a couple Runics to block Tech Laser, then I don't need to heal quite as much.
Yeah.
And if Edgar's dead, it makes it safer too. Hasn't actually happened yet though. PB attempt, I probably would have just let Terra ride with 394 HP, but Marathon safety, I'm gonna heal every time she takes damage.
This whole sequence is one of the reasons you kind of have to level Terra for the water balance. It's just, there's no real good way to kill these otherwise.
Yeah, like I know Essentia's like really old any percent route involved Joker doming and hoping that they didn't mess that up, and if they did, you'd have to kind of use, I think you'd have to use like Fire Dance and then just kind of hope that you survive. Although something I didn't know until watching that, though, is that you can actually use Siren to block some of their attacks if you need to. So in a non-glitchless category, the fourth and final Ultros battle is pretty intense, because it's the first time you need to use a fairly difficult strat called Reverse Joker Doom, but it's a bit more chill here.
You can just kind of spam rods and use magic.
And I only need to kill Chupon in order to end the fight too. So once I've done enough damage to Ultros to bring out Chupon, then I just use ice on Chupon until he's dead.
No, earrings are 25% more magic damage each, so 2 is 50% magic. So she's doing 150% magic damage basically.
If Edgar had survived the IAF, I'd have been able to beat him in one round, generally by having Edgar cast Bio too, but I still haven't really found a good way to try to get the one round without Edgar.
This boss right here has 4 parts. Well, the 4th part haven't spawned yet, but you can single target the rod in the middle part, which has 8k of health, and it's pretty much a one shot if you use a rod on this.
Hey, there's Shadow. We better save him.
Yep. So yeah, we'll see him later.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He's just taking a nap.
Okay, guess we're not doing Phantom.
Guess we're not. Maybe next time.
Yeah, the reason you want to cast Phantom there is because for the later Gigantos fight, you want to have Phantom set up already, well vanish.
Particularly you want it on Cells, because you want Cells to fight. You want everybody else to die.
Yeah, because I'm just basically going to be starting to set up my leveling route for the World of Ruin. These guys aren't helping. But fortunately it was a preemptive, so I can still do Phantom. Ninjas are unrunnable and also pretty dangerous too, because they can throw ninja scrolls at you.
Yeah, Zone Seek is going on Solace because she's going to be getting all the XP here. I'm going to be loving Solace for a couple of reasons. Both, number one, because we have already given Terra a bunch of magic, and number two, because Solace is going to be the only character we'll have at Start of the World of Ruin. Which, because of the way the party level averaging works, means everybody else is going to get an XP boost to the Start of the World of Ruin too.
Yeah, because the characters rejoin you in the World of Ruin at either their level at Underworld of Balance or your average party level at the time, whichever is higher. So by just doing a little bit of focus level grinding here to get Celis from level initially 14 up to 19, and that makes a pretty big difference for the start of World of Ruin. And then this Gigantos here is obviously optional because it's a chest monster. I don't really care about the hardened that I get, even though I'm going to have Shadow throw it at something later. But Gigantos is just worth a ton of experience, just massively more than anything else I can fight around here, so it works out to just be a really efficient way to gain some levels quickly.
It's also pretty easy to stage everybody else dying or not being in a fight to after Cells kills it. Just because it only does physicals and you can use Vanish.
And that specific boss monster is, well, quote-unquote boss, is like the only instance you're gonna see in the game. Maybe beside the Colosseum, but it's like a unique encounter. Like most boss fights, like most enemy chests in the game.
Celis already has the right level thanks to Edgar getting killed really fast in the Air Force. I'm still gonna take one. Well, actually, no. I should be fine because of ninjas. Just because these couple battles I'm taking here have a lot of purposes. Because I want Celis to get to level 19 with Zone Seek as part of setting up my route for World of Ruin. I want Terra to get more morph powers for the Atma weapon fight coming up, and it's not really so much for 100%, but for glitchless any percent, I would want Edgar to be learning the Doom spell, which does take a couple more AP than I naturally get. And if it goes well, it should only take 2 extra fights that I win with Thunder Rods to get all those hit all those objectives.
Hey, there's those ninjas you ordered.
Yep. That's what I get for not routing ninjas into my AP route.
Yeah, just route ninjas in, because you're always gonna get 12 anyway. Except then, once you route them in, they won't be preemptors anymore, and they'll just kill whoever you want to get a EP.
Yep. Had to say it. So do I have Bolt 2?
Hey, they're
Okay,
back.
I should get Bolt 2 off this now, just because of getting all these ninjas.
Kinda enjoy the Japanese community yelling ninja. Well, they're getting ninjas on the Funny Continent.
And then I think we touched on it earlier too, but you cannot do step routing or seed manipulation to avoid ninjas because for whatever reason the game randomizes the monster formation you get when you get an encounter on the floating continent. You can manipulate how many total encounters you get, and I guess in theory you could like reduce your chances of like which specific encounters can be ninjas, but just avoiding them completely isn't possible.
I think it's like you get like the pack or whatever might be set by your step route, but it's like a random encounter in the pack or something like that. So
like I remember Satarak, who's a genius with the programming for this game, telling me that there's like a certain number, like for each encounter you get based on the seed, there's like a fixed number of formations you can get.
Vanish Doom is banned on every enemy that everybody that's immune to death normally. You cannot Vanish Doom because that removes death immunity and it's not supposed to.
Yeah, we could probably explain that further when we get to the next cutscene, actually, too, because how the Vanish Doom glitch works is pretty interesting.
But before then, we have Atma Weapon, which is actually an interesting fight in this category.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Compared to the glitch category when you just Trico Doom.
Alright, enjoy the music, Coyotes, too.
So he's casting Carbuncle, which just gives you reflect, and the Atma Weapon has a chance to cast a flare on the party, and that can be reflected.
Ideally, it will be reflected to kill him and
Yeah.
animation, but
Yeah.
not really controllable. I believe the damage is also routed so that his AI doesn't do horrible things to you.
Yep. Yeah, I'll explain
also
that more
would-
after the fight.
You also want to wait trick a little bit with Terra, so she can cast Rod twice using her morph. Because the morph ability is being depleted based on the ATB,
Yep.
and if you don't wait trick, it's a waste basically.
Alright, so Atma Weapon is the first of many bosses to come in this game where it has very different AI phases depending on how much HP it has, because it starts with 24k, then I don't actually remember the exact trigger points, but it has 3 different phases, each of which is a different move set on each turn, and on Atma's first turn it can only either do a physical attack or flare, and by just controlling how quickly I do damage along with casting slow, which is the only debuff that really works on Atma Weapon, I can basically all work, and using the weight trick and more, if it all works out that I can kill him before he gets more than 1 turn. And then like Savin said, using Carbuncle will reflect Flare, which in addition to Atma being capable of doing on the first turn, it can also counterattack with, I believe, starting in Phase 2. And like Lynn said, it also can work out that if the last hit is with a reflected flare, it will actually cancel Atma's boss death animation, which saves like about 10 seconds, but It's very low odds because Atma has to only do one flare counter, and it has to be on that very specific turn, basically, when Celis casts Bio the second time. But yeah, that's what a lot for the rest of this run. You're gonna be seeing just a lot of boss AI manipulation through basically just through me understanding what moveset they have access to on each turn, depending on their HP pool, and kind of how to exploit that in some cases. This is also where any percent and 100% completely diverge too, because like in any percent, I'd want to escape as quickly as possible from the floating continent. Yeah, but for 100%, because 100% is all characters in Espers, I need to wait for Shadow. So that's going to translate into me grinding for about 4 minutes while I'm waiting for the timer. Because in order to get Shadow, you need to get to the end of the escape path with more than 4 seconds left. So I'm just going to be basically learning some spells with mostly Celis and Terra that I'm going to be using for the rest of the game.
I don't know. Are you sure we can make it there in 4 minutes and 56 seconds?
We shall see.
Might be tight.
So this should be sub 405 World of Balance pace, which I'd say is pretty good for a marathon run. Like I think I want to say my PB, which is 627, jumps at 401. It's also easy to forget just how long this cutscene is too.
The reason they use the sprites for these is because the sprites are way better animated. The actual like enemy models and stuff, like you've seen on Kafka Narsh and such, don't have animation, so they can't do stuff like this with the actual enemy sprites or enemy like boss sprites, but the character sprites.
Yeah, that's a pretty big. They did a pretty big upgrade with the character sprite work from FF4 and 5 to this game too, as far as just being able to do more with that. Having larger sprites that are the same in both the field and the battle system is pretty nice too.
There's even some sprites that can have animation within the sprite itself, like Atma, he has a cogwheel that can spin.
Yeah, that is really... I love that animation too. I'm kind of sad. The only time I ever see it is watching people do blind playthroughs of this game, but I do remember that freaking me out the first time I saw it as a kid. Like, oh boy, what's he about to do now?
Shadow, no, don't do it. It's not worth it. I don't have 5 minutes for you.
I always think that Shadow is the cause of the world destruction.
Yeah, it actually all would have like worked out fine.
Yes, just let Kefka have the power instead of trying to stop him.
This is on a 1.0 SNES FF3 card. But yeah, it doesn't matter. 1.0, 1.1 are the same.
So during this whole segment, there are random encounters, but there are like 2 forced encounters.
Yeah, there's 2 that you have to get, and there's actually a 3rd one that you'll get if you make a wrong step, basically.
Yeah,
so because I have to wait for Shadow, and I want to grind on these naughties. I took off the charm bangles so that I'd get more encounters, because you don't get any experience from naughties, but you do get 3 AP, which adds up pretty fast. There isn't really anything dangerous they can do on their first turn too, but they can use a attack called Cold Dust that gives you the freeze status, which is annoying if they use it on Terra. So like that first section where I got 2 encounters really close together, one of them was actually a random encounter, and then I think it was the first one actually was a scripted encounter.
Yeah, first one was scripted.
And then this is the other scripted one too, and if I actually went south instead of north at the next fork, I would get another one. I mostly know that just because of Toru and his like yes sketch, no wrong warp runs, and because he has Moogle charms already, he gets that encounter intentionally for AP.
Yeah.
The classic.
Like...
the classic thinking I'm fighting Narapa when I'm actually not.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Always a good time.
Yeah.
It's better when you throw a rod at it because you don't realize it in time.
Yep, I've done just that.
I feel like this is part of the step route if you're getting that encounter every time. I don't know.
Almost had the quick kill even without using a rod. Because yeah, Narapa has auto reflect, so in order to quick kill him, I either use a rod which ignores reflect, or a summon, which also ignores it. In any percent, I'd use a rod just because I wanted to try to kill him before he does condemned on my whole party. But for this run, it doesn't really matter.
Just wastes a million years.
Yeah, it's like 25 seconds or something like
Actually,
that.
oh my god, so much. I don't understand.
And all you can really do is just try to like maximize your odds of getting a rod off before it goes with running shoes, and like having multiple characters capable of doing it too. All right, so after the next fight, I need to elixir Terra.
Good thing there's an elixir in that chest next to you.
Yep, I should get that actually.
So there's nothing else to do, you just would need to wait for the timer.
There we go.
We did it.
Yeah, you have to wait to get the Dal elixir. You have to make your way to the other side. If you go from the left side, it's just crumbling.
And then the elixir is lost forever. How can you ever get it?
No. My true 100% all items run.
All chests, all rage,
all chests, all rage,
or whatever.
Ragnarok sword, because why not?
Yeah, all Espers, all items. You cannot get both of the Ragnarok sword and Espers.
100%'s dead. Oh well.
Well, you can. I believe even in all versions you can steal the Ragnarok sword from tier 3, so you can technically get it.
Just sketch your own.
Yeah, that too.
If Terra does get frozen, you need to use a fire attack of some kind on her, so I would have Edgar attack with the flame saber.
I know you can steal an Atma weapon somewhere. So you can dual wield Atma weapons with Offering and Genji Lows.
Yeah, and which I believe Atma weapon ignores the Offering effect too. Should have time for 2 more.
Like all this magic grinding isn't really necessary to beat the game as glitchless even, but it's just it helps.
Yeah, we're doing nothing anyway, so might as well grind.
Yeah, I have to wait. So.
Yeah, actually, Actually, I did mess up a little bit as far as when I put Shode on Terrace. It's just not going to get break, but I can work with that. Probably could have squeezed in another Naughty, but didn't want a chance. Terra getting frozen. Because if you don't if you don't make it to the end and pick the wait prompt before you have 4 seconds left, it's a game over.
What if you just left Shadow behind? Wait, who's that?
Okay, so 4:05 World of Balance. So yeah, it's about 4 minutes off my PB. Probably soon to be more though because of fishing. I think my 100% PB at 5 cycles, Sid.
I wish you the best of luck. Like I said again, this is another one of the short breaks in the game. Like it's decent length input break. Get up and do something if you have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a quick second after now.
Yeah, just deck box and
One text.
go with it.
Right there. Yep. Don't forget that one.
I can't remember. There was a runner that I can't remember what's name, but went the FK before that text box. And yeah.
I hope everyone is excited for this fishing.
I sure am. So
Actually,
yep, good.
actually performing the fish manip is probably the hardest tech in the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
You have to reset, and by doing a reset, you have a set pattern of NPC movement already known, and if you move perfectly during that time frame where the fishes are there, it's
And when we say we mean move perfectly, that means perfectly too. I mean,
yeah.
it's very, very, very finicky.
You have to move perfectly, and you also have to pick up the fish correctly at the correct times and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I never really expect a whole lot out of this, but even if the fish manip doesn't work as advertised, resetting the game resyncs me back to a known state with the encounter seeds too, so I can start doing real step routing again. Because for my current route, I basically stopped actively manipulating the encounters after Sabin's scenario. So about the hour and a half mark. But now